You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois. It's Saturday night, March 1st, 2025. Kind of exciting to be in March. And today will be the finale of Murder on the Moon, Part 3, the last part. We've played the prologue, Part 1, Part 2, the last 3 days. And now we're going to do the finale. I see some familiar faces in the chat. YouTube says there are 11 people watching. So far, it has been very enjoyable, if a little on the easy and short side. As a reminder, when we finish playing this tonight, we'll talk about it a little bit while our thoughts are still fresh. If you've joined me for all 4 parts of this, or the majority of it, I hope you'll stick around at the end to share your thoughts. As always, if you really want to be helpful, keep a little pen and paper nearby as you're watching and make note of any game design points, tips you want to not forget, maybe favorite part, least favorite part. I'm trying to think what my favorite part is so far. And of course, if you watch this video after the live stream, you can always post your thoughts on the video as comments, or go to Board Game Geek and leave your thoughts on the game there. And as always, a thank you to the Patreon supporters of this channel that make it possible for me to purchase and bring these games to the channel, since I have no relationship with any publishers and do not get review copies. It's appreciated. All right, so shall we just dig in here? I mean, do we need a recap from last night? Prologue was a murder that seems totally unrelated to the case here on the moon. On the moon, people are going crazy. They're forgetting what they're doing. We've got a murder and a couple of items of sabotage that look like they're committed by the 12 astronauts on the planet. And yesterday, in addition to pinpointing the 3 new astronauts that have done bad things, including murdering someone, we, at the end of episode 2, uncovered that someone has been trying to poison them. Someone has succeeded in poisoning them, causing symptoms of moon madness, but we know it's some sort of poison. So we do have a saboteur on the base, on the moon base. Is it one of the 12 people? We don't know. Is it could be natural cause of poison? Some bacteria got in there, although we don't know what could cause such symptoms of chewing through wires and murdering someone and dragging them. But it could be a stowaway, as some of them suspect. Could be a robot. And we don't know, the other thing I guess we don't know is we don't know if there's any, is there any method to the madness that these people have gone through? Like, it doesn't seem like there's any method to the madness of the person who went crazy and chewed through the wire, but we do have an odd situation where one of the murder victims was murdered far away and dragged in. And so we wonder, that one murder seems a little out of place. We thought we might have, in the prologue, we learned about a couple of organizations that are against this moon mission, including a religious moon cult and a competitor mining corporation, and we still don't know if they're behind all this, but hopefully we will find out tonight. All right, let's get started. So case number 3, that's what we're playing today. It actually feels pretty thin, to be honest, but there are online components, so maybe this is going to be online focused. Anyone else up to anything interesting lately? Looks like we've got another board here. Okay. We've got another kids activity ship. The Colossus. All right, well, let's put this away until we need it. Let's see what we've got here. So these are the items we have for today. Not that many. Opening case of rocket emergency. Let's see. Lenovo's Industries. Hello, detective. I can't believe our food was being poisoned. At least we know that we weren't losing our minds, but this only raises more questions. Who is poisoning us and why? Whatever the answers are, it won't bring Samuel back, but at least we can get some justice. Someone who works at Lenovo's has to be responsible. I don't know who I can believe anymore, but there is one colleague that I think I can trust. My friend, Friday Lamb, works in the logistics department and has quietly done some digging for me. She managed to find just one reference to the poisoning, a secret memo which was sent via the internal system. While Friday did well to even discover the memo, its sender has still been anonymized. Friday says the system is top secret and has only ever received 2 anonymized memos herself from people she could identify. She sent us all 3 memos and a list of all current code names in the hope that you can figure out who's responsible. I'll send you a link to the staff list on our website. I've also sent you some more information about the base in case that comes in useful as we delve down into this further, including a model of the rocket, which I think would be best to assemble and place on the map as soon as possible. You can find a further briefing and a link to message me here. Okay, so we'll start there early, but it does want us to build this rocket right away. I can see the rocket quarter with the red label whenever I'm working in the water treatment plant. Okay, so it's telling us the orientation of this is a specific way. I love the different colors on the rocket. It's so thrilling that the quarter with the green label is to the right of the quarter with the red label. Is that really so thrilling? Okay, so they want us to build this and they're telling us how to orient it. Fair enough. And then here's more stuff. Warning, keep clear of rocket pad. Moon dust is deadly. I can see the rocket quarter with the black label from my bedroom window, says Rolando. All right, so this one told us how they align. So the green label is next to the red label. Okay, so we've got the green next to the red. Okay, and then we have the large board over there. I don't think we really need it. We're just trying to orient it on the launch pad here. All right, so what do they say? It says the red quarter can be seen from the water treatment plant. So there's the water treatment plant. So it sounds like it's just like this with the red facing the water treatment plant. And we should be able to confirm that with the other statement. I can see the quarter with the black label from my bedroom window, says Rolando. So Rolando is here. So he can see the black quarter. The black quarter is this one here. So I guess that's consistent. He can see the black quarter. Water treatment can see the red quarter. Okay, that seems right. All right, so we don't need this anymore. Do we want to remember? Let's just write it down on our printed out. This is my copy of the map. So I'm just going to write down green, red, black. two sides are black. Or I guess this is white labeling. Okay, fine. We can put this away now. That's it. All right, so why don't we go ahead and watch this message right now, the briefing. Let me get my audio. All right. Oh, I can't hear it. There's something weird that happens. It sort of resets. Or...
Hello, Detective. I still can't believe someone poisoned our carrots. Like, who would do such a thing? It seems like such an elaborate plot, and we still have no idea why. It must be someone back on Earth. Obviously, well, that goes without saying, but what is their agenda? I guess we need to find out who it was. And fast. If they're happy to poison us, what else might they be willing to do? Kill us, probably. I'm too young to die on the moon. When you're ready, click the link and we can get to it.
She's too young to die on the moon. All right, and now she's sending us to the communication link. Hello, Detective. Here's that list I promised you. Meet our staff. Let me know as soon as you know the name of the person that poisoned those carrots. Remember, if you need assistance, you can just ask me for some help. All right, so she thinks someone on Earth is responsible for this. It's possible they poisoned the carrots before we even took off, and so no one on the moon is involved. Could just be pure Earth. All right, well, you remember from the introduction, she said a couple things, an anonymous message, and she thinks it's someone on Earth, so she's going to send us a staff list. What was the part about the anonymous memo? So she had someone on logistics dig up. She found a reference to poisoning. A secret memo sent via the internal system. That sounds like there must be at least two people, or maybe someone was contacting an outside source. All right. So it's a top secret system. So she thinks, sent us all three memos, code names, who's responsible. So we're going to try to identify who sent the message, and does that give us, that's the answer, I guess. One of those people is going to be the sender. All right, let's look at what else we have here. The poison has been put in place. Okay, so I guess this is the message that our person, Friday Lamb, uncovered. It's from someone with the name Carme2114. Carme2114 or Carm2114 to an external source. Okay, so this person is corresponding with someone else. That's the message. And then she said there were 3 other messages or 2 other messages, because I see 2 others here. She says only 2 others. Okay, so there's the one about our case, and here's the previous ones that Friday Lamb has seen. One says it's from Galatea to Prospero. Can you organize for a shipment of replacement solar panels to be brought in from Solcor Do this under the radar. No one can know our panels have failed. Would be a PR disaster. This was from Sarah Barros. Sarah Barros or Farrad Barros? I guess we're going to see the staff list and see who that is. And then this is from Phobos to Prospero. So same person being CC'd here. I have decided to push the launch back by 2 weeks. Make all the changes in your logistics department that are necessary to facilitate this. Don't tell anyone else about this, especially you, Friday. This won't be public knowledge for another 4 days. This was from Johann Wolf, who's the owner of this whole corporation. I don't know who the other recipient was. So Prospero and Prospero. Okay, so Prospero 3812 is Friday Lamb. And Phobos is the boss. Galatea is this person, but Oberon we don't know. And this one is from yet another username we don't know. Okay, here is the code name list. All right, so all of our people are going to be here. There's Oberon. There's Prospero. And presumably our Carme is on here as well. And then we had one other username. Phobos. Okay, so we've seen a couple of them, but there's a whole bunch more. Is there a logic to these? We don't know. They're all some word and then 4 digits. They seem like they're mostly space moons words, although hippocamp is hippocampus. Io, these are various moons. Okay, we don't know how that's of use to us at this point. Here's the solar panels that we heard referenced in that one anonymous top secret message. 105 million. I wonder if this is another clue about code names. Can you organize for a shipment? Do this under the radar. This was from this person. So do we know, does that help us in any way? Not that I can see. And then we've got a brochure about SolCore solar panels. I wonder if someone's going to be sabotaging these solar panels. Okay. How to drink water on the moon in a way that doesn't kill you. All right. H2Flow, know how to make your water clean. Our unique system of filters mean the water produced is of the higher quality than that which comes out of your tap back on Earth. So it looks like a little puzzle diagram. One of the biggest issues with establishing a moon base is getting your colonists fresh drinkable water. Well, not anymore. If you drank unfiltered moon water, you'd die a horrible, painful death. Water, way to go. What better reason to install your H2Flow system? All right, so this looks like don't need it quite yet. And then we've got some wireless moon network system. Dear Lenovos Industries, it's been delightful working with you for the past few years on the communication system between your base on Earth and your base on the moon. We're really going to have to change our slogan now for wireless devices with limited range. As you're aware, we have now handed the system over to you, but we just wanted to provide you with this information in case of a system malfunction. On very rare occasions, it's possible that the communication system between the moon base and mission control on Earth will become overloaded, which will cause it to lose a portion of its language memory. Don't be alarmed. There is a very simple way to resolve this issue. To reprogram the communication system, you just need to enter a number of stock phrases. These stock phrases will be relevant to your usage of the system. While we do not know what stock phrases you have selected due to security reasons, we do know that they will comprise entirely of the below words. We have tried really hard to make the system resilient, so hopefully it will never come to this, but making a fully reliable system has proved tricky. Okay. That doesn't seem like we're ready for that now. I guess our first task is going to be figuring out what staff member is involved. I think code names are all names of moons. It's a little tricky. I mean, it's clear that some of these code names are not originally from other things, but it could just be that they're from other things, like Puck, Ophelia, but were given to naming moons and stuff. So it's certainly possible. No clue what the numbers are, if anything. All right, well, let's look at the online list of staff. Maybe that's going to give us some clue. Research and Development Department. Okay, so there's staff members and when they joined. So was there some pattern to how you get from a person's name to their code name? Let's do a first sanity check here. Let me count how many we have of each. So for code names, we have 5 times 8, 56. Minus 1. So we have 55 code names. And let's see how many we have here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Plus 6 is 23. Plus 9 is 32. 34. 39. So there are many fewer people on this list than there are code names. There's also the website. Maybe it's time for us to explore this website, Lenovos Industries, before we try to solve this. All right, we said we were going to go read this. Let's spend a little bit of time here reading this. If there's those of you who are trying to figure out the code name stuff, you probably shouldn't. You should wait for me to do it so we can do it together. Lenovos have developed the most cutting-edge rocketry technology in the history of humankind. Up, and away from our multi-million-dollar campus, Lenovos has developed 4 new rockets to fulfill all of humanity's needs. Each rocket has its own unique features and abilities, meaning we have a ship for all eventualities. We have the Lunostar X1. We know what this one is. This one is the Colossus, the one we've got built here on the pad. All right, so let's see. The Lunastar X1 is cutting-edge rockets designed for lunar missions. It boasts a sleek and aerodynamic design optimized for efficient space travel with advanced propulsion systems and a spacious cabin. It offers a comfortable journey for the astronauts. Can carry 10 metric tons, 4 astronauts, maximum speed 39,000 kilometers per hour. Okay, then we have the Luno Express Alpha. Lunar Express Alpha is a reliable, robust rocket that has been instrumental in several successful lunar missions. Modular construction allows for easy upgrades and customization, making it adaptable for different mission requirements. Equipped with state-of-the-art navigation and life support, it ensures the safety and well-being of the crew. It can carry 15 metric tons and 6 astronauts, 42,000 kilometers per hour. Then we have the Titan. The Titan is a next-generation rocket built specifically for extended lunar missions. Innovative design incorporates cutting-edge technologies such as reusable stages and advanced materials, reducing costs and increasing efficiency. Offers a spacious and comfortable living area, allowing astronauts to conduct scientific experiments during their journey. Can carry 20 metric tons, 8 astronauts, 45,000 kilometers per hour. Then we have the VMRS. The VMRS, or Very Massive Rocket Ship, is not just Lenovo's largest and most powerful rocket, but the largest and most powerful rocket ever conceived. It is a behemoth among rockets, combines immense payload capabilities with exceptional endurance, enabling the transport of extensive supplies, habitats, and equipment. 140 metric tons, 100 astronauts, 42,000 kilometers per hour, 100 astronauts. Holy cow. All right, so our Colossus is not on this list, whatever that means. Okay, our history. Lenovo has grown from the brainchild of one pioneer to become the most important space company on Earth, one man's dream. As a child, Johann Wolf, our founder, dreamed of exploring the stars. He knew that humanity's future did not lie on Earth. However, Johann recognized that as the poor son of a senior software engineer at a major tech company, the poor son, there was little he could do to achieve his dreams, building a life. Despite growing up in what he considered to be poverty, Johann had the drive and perseverance to establish his own information analysis company, Datum Technologies. As a result of Johann's drive, Datum won a lucrative contract with, coincidentally, the same major tech company that Johann's father worked for. And from there, Datum have gone from strength to strength. Datum are currently the 6th largest technology company by revenue. All right, we might want to visit Datum Technologies. While continuing to run Datum, Johann turned his attention to the creation of a new company with the goal of attaining his childhood dream, reaching the moon and then the stars beyond. On 16 July 2018, Lenovo was founded. Shortly after Lenovo's creation, it was able to win the global contract to build the first ever permanent manned base on the moon, which is where we are here. The $320 billion contract enabled Johann and Lenovo's talented staff of scientists, engineers, and website content writers to finally begin to realize their dream of propelling humankind toward the stars. Moon, not money. Indeed, there are those in the media who speculated that Johann's primary motivation for winning the moon-based contract was to make substantial profits. But why would someone who was already a billionaire wish to amass any further wealth? It's perfectly clear to anyone who knows Johann Wolf that his only interest is in the establishment of humankind amongst the stars. Lunar Bible. At the time of Lenovo's winning the contract, many commentators in the media said it was suspicious that a relatively new company with not even a single successful rocket launch to its name had been awarded the most important space exploration contract of all time. Lunar Bible. All right, our vision. Lenovo's vision is to help humanity reach the stars by establishing a permanent manned moon base. Earth, our planet, cannot sustain us forever. Therefore, it is imperative that we become a multiplanetary species as soon as possible. Colonizing the stars is no easy task. We hope by laying the foundations now, we can be on other planets within our solar system within the decade. Seems a little ambitious. other solar systems by the end of this century. Lemnos is the beginning. Getting to other planets is a giant leap, but first we need to make some small steps. By establishing a permanent manned base on the moon, we can create a launch pad for our missions to other planets, as well as proving that humans can thrive away from the Earth. Where to land? The moon might not be as large as the Earth. In fact, its surface area is 13 times smaller, but that still leaves lots of places for us to build our base. After extensive research and modeling, we have chosen the northern ridge of the Peary crater as the location for our settlement. This area will provide our solar panels with permanent sunlight and stable temperatures, while also being close to lunar ice in the shaded depths of the crater. What to build? Our team of astronauts, comprising of humanity's best scientists and engineers, will construct multiple domes, which will act as their homes. Initially, the base will contain 7 domes containing their living quarters, life support systems, research facilities, and habitats for growing food. Who to bring? After establishing the initial base, we'll expand it further until it can house up to 80 astronauts. The expanded cohort of astronauts won't just contain scientists and engineers, although experts will make up the majority of the population. 20 regular people will inhabit the moon to show that living off-world is a suitable lifestyle choice. We'll even be sending Jinx, the ginger tabby cat that's become Lemnos' unofficial mascot, to prove that even in space, you can have a pet. Well, then what? Once our moon base has become fully established, we will create the infrastructure to enable rocket launches from the moon onwards towards Mars and the rest of the solar system. The moon's low-gravity atmosphere makes it the perfect launch pad for us to travel further. Our base will serve as humanity's stepping stone to the stars. Okay, and then lastly, future moons. The Earth's moon is only the first step. The moon is not enough. Once we have conquered the Earth's moon, we will be moving on to look at the moons of other planets. Why not the planets themselves, we hear you cry. Don't worry about it. This is our planet and we know better than you. Here's a list of the moons we intend to inhabit next. Okay. All right, so there's Hippocampus is actually the name of a moon. Moons of Mars, moons of Neptune, moons of Jupiter, moons of Saturn, Pluto, Uranus. Okay, so these are our code words. 2, 8, 19, 25, 30, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 39. We have 39 moons and we have 39 employees. 39 moons and the staff had 39 people on it. So each staff member is going to map to one of these moons, it seems. One of these code names. Now, are these broken up by category? We have 2 moons of Mars, Phobos and Deimos. Let's take a look at the staff list again. There's no group with 2, but I'm wondering if it's by month. Like, are there 2 Marches? There's 1 March, 3 Marches. I wonder if it is by month, though, or year. I wonder if we have 2 people in a specific year. Let's see, the years are 219, 220, 221, 222. There's a 224, 224. So for example, there are 2 people, or maybe there was 3 in 2024. Let's see. 1, 2, 3 people in 2024. Okay, so I don't think it's by year. What do we have only 2 of, though? Could be year and month. Or could be something else. Moons of Mars, Neptune, Jupiter, Saturn, Pluto, Uranus. And these might be sorted by something else. I think this is our best point of attack, though. There's only 2 in this group. I mean, if there is some logic to how it's arranged by group. Let me look at my 2024 again. We had 3 people in 2024 that I could see. January 2024, and April 2024, and a January 2024. So you could imagine that Mars group is January 2024. You have 12 months and a year and a range of 6 years. That's still too many, but maybe you only have certain categories. Why would it be? That doesn't work. It can't be January 2024 is Mars, because then your April 2024 wouldn't be a separate group. How many groups do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 groups. Six groups. So what do we know? We know a couple things. We know we have the list of the moons broken up by planet. We have the people in departments, when they were hired, and then we have a couple of examples. Maybe that's the best place to carve the chicken. That's the best joint to get the kitchen. So Johann Wolf is Phobos 23. Let's make a little list here of the code names we know. So I'm not gonna, if you figure this out, don't put the answer if you figure it out. Just say, I think I figured it out, or if you have clues. Okay, so Phobos 2023 is Johann Wolf. And then we have Prospero 3812. This is Friday Lamb. And then we know that Galatea 4002 is going to be Sarah Barros, or whatever her name is. We'll find it. So these are the 3 we know. The 3 we can match up with code names and names. Okay, now let's go look at our other 2 lists and place them on it. All right, so Phobos is the first moon of Mars. So Mars 1, we'll call it. What about Prospero? The first moon of the first planet on the list. So let's call it Mars 1, 1. Okay, where is Phobos? Sorry, that was Phobos. Here's Prospero. Okay, so Prospero is Uranus, which is the 6th planet in our list, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, it's planet 6, and it's the 2nd moon of Uranus. And then we have Galatea. Where is that? Galatea is Neptune, third. Neptune, which is the second planet, and it's the third moon of that planet. All right, now let's go look at the staff and see. I see I'm going to run out of space here. I planned this poorly. Would have been useful to have a better thing. All right, let's just do it this way. Where's my... All right, let's find our people here. Johann Wolf is the head of this whole thing. Is he in his own department? Executive. Okay. So Johann Wolf is in the executive. For July 2018. He's executive one, let's call him the first person on the executive list. All right, where is Friday Lamb? She's in logistics, we're told, right? Friday Lamb, okay. So Friday Lamb is in logistics. She's the fifth person in logistics, and she was hired September 2021. And let's put the September is the 9th month. Okay, and then lastly, we have Sarah Barrows. We don't know where she is. What is her actual name? Sarah Barrows. Okay, Sarah Barrows is November, the 11th month, 2021. And she's in infrastructure and construction. Okay. So this I posit has a pattern. Nelson thinks he's figured it out. Okay, well, let's see. Let's see. And what group number is infrastructure? What number is she in infrastructure? She's the sixth person in infrastructure list. Are these listed in order? Not that we can see. I don't see any logic to the order that they're listed on this staff list. All right. And then do we care about what group it is? Theoretically, we could. Let me just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's interesting. There are 6 groups. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And the executive department has 2. So it does actually look like they've matched each group to a planet, right? Like here are 2 people in executive, and they are going to match up with the planet with 2, right? Okay. So that's our first observation. It's going to be Mars is used for the executive department. All right, so we can start this mapping here. We've got 6 departments, and they're surely going to be that way. So 6 planets and 6 departments. So Mars is going to be the executive department. We've already got one example of Johann Wolf, which confirms that. All right, let's go in, or let's list the planets in order, then we'll map them. So we have Mars, Neptune, Jupiter, Saturn, Pluto, and Uranus. Okay. So Mars had 2. Neptune has 6. Jupiter has 11. Saturn has 7. Pluto has 5. Uranus has 6. That looks like 8. 9. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, 9. All right, so now we should be able to map these out with here. We've already got the executive has 2. What about human resources? There's 5. That must mean it's Pluto. The logistics, this is going to be our 9. Makes it Uranus. Okay, 6 is infrastructure. That's Neptune. Infrastructure and construction. Communication. 1, 2, 3. Wait a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And here we've got 6 also. That's odd. Maybe I wrote one of those down wrong. Let's count here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's Jupiter. Research and development. Did I miscount Saturn or one of these? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 here, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, let me see. Let me see if I miscounted here, and we've got 2 6s. Saturn has 6. Oh, I wrote down 7. We've got 2 planets with 6. Is that right? So I guess we're going to be able to tell from one of these, aren't we? Yes. Because infrastructure is Saryl-Barres. Okay, that's a neat little puzzle. So we've got 2 groups of 6, Neptune and Saturn, but we know where one of them is. Or don't we? Yes, we do. Because Saryl sent this note about solar panels. And Saryl is in infrastructure and construction. And her is Galatea. So infrastructure and construction is in Neptune. Okay, so that means Saturn is the other 6, which is communication and mission control. Okay, so now we can map the planet to the group. So that means our unknown message from Carme 2114, we know what group they're in. They're in Jupiter. So we know our spy is in Jupiter group. And Jupiter is research and development. So we know our spy is somewhere in this top list, but we don't know which one. So now we've got 2 things we could theoretically figure out. Probably it has nothing to do with the order. Well, I won't say that, but it may not be like the 3rd person in the list, but let's see if we can't map their number. 2023, hired July 7th, 2018. 3812, September 9th, 4002. All right, that's our last puzzle. How do we go? We know how to get from their moon to their group, but we don't know how to get their specific information from their number. All right, well, let's think about some possibilities here. What are our possibilities? One possibility is that, let's assume it's, so we've got a couple pieces of information. One of these, the first piece of information is which specific moon, right? So Phobos is the first listed moon of Mars, although we have no reason to know that these are in order of distance. We don't know, but let's just focus on our class of two. So the fact that Johann got the first moon might tell us something. It might tell us that he's the first one on this list. So it could be that the 4-digit numbers are totally unimportant, and all that we need to know is the moon number. So let's check out if that easy theory is true first. Prospero gives us Friday Lamb. So let's look. If Friday Lamb is what number in logistics? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. She's the 5th person listed in logistics. So the question is she the 5th person listed in Uranus? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, she's not. So it's not that simple. Probably the moon number is irrelevant then. So that's out. Now, let's look at the 4 digits. What could they be? What could they be? I suppose we've got more data points here we could look at. It might be nice to look at whether the numbers within a planet, like if we look at Mars, if we just look at, for example, the other person in the executive is Abjit Tate. So he would be the second, he would be Deimos. So let me just put here Ajit Tate. So we can infer at least one more exact person on our list. Ajit, I want to get his name right in case it is relevant. Abjit Tate. We know he's Mars, the second planet, which is Deimos. Did I not even write down? Oh yeah, because he's here. So he's Deimos what? Where's our Deimos on this list? So we know he must have that password. Deimos 1420. Okay, and he's executive September, just the 10th, 9th month, 2019. Okay, now let's look. Do we see a pattern here in this executive department. Pretty 1423, 2023, 1420. So doesn't look like its first initial. That would be A. If you added 6 to that, you wouldn't get J. What about the date? 7th month, 18th, 9th month, 19. Nothing obvious there. What about ranges? Let's take a look at the ranges of these numbers here. So we could break it up into digits, 4 digits. First digit looks like it can go, it's always 4 digits, but it's 0 padded if needed. I don't know why I keep thinking of pairs of 2, like 4918, 5103, 5614. Could be 4 digits. We're given these dates, really makes you want to try to connect it to these dates. All right, so if we're looking at ranges, we've got numbers as high as 66, 19, 68, 62, 69. The last 2 digits seem like they're tend to be smaller, right? Because look, we've got 14, 3, 18, 22, 14, 19, 16, 22, 3, 11. They're never going higher than 20. That's suspicious. The last 2 digits never get higher than, here's a 25, 22, 23. Wow, why is the second set of 2 digits never higher than 25? That almost seems like it's a letter. That almost seems like it's a letter. 23. Is W the 23rd letter? And is T the 20th letter? W, X, Y, Z. W is the 23rd letter. What about T? T is the 20th letter? T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. 26. That's it. Okay. The second 2 digits correspond to the letter. There's 2 goes to B. 12 is going to go to L. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L. There it is. Okay. Second digit is their last name letter. That might be enough. And it's possible the first 2 digits, which have a much bigger range, so they're not going to correspond to a letter, but they could correspond maybe to a weak number. But let's not worry about that for a second. Let's just look at the last name letter and see if that's enough to give us a unique person. So our spy is in the Jupiter group. Where's our spy email? Our spy is CARME 2114. So that's a 14. That's an N. J is 10. KLM. J is 10. J, KLMN plus 4 is N. Okay, last name N in the Jupiter group which is research. Let's see if we have multiple people with this name. Multiple people whose last name starts with an N. Here are our candidates: Miller Nathan and Serena Novaheim, our doctor, but also Tracy Nantunis. Okay, so we've got a couple of candidates here. All right, let's list our candidates. Miller, so we're going to have to figure out that first digit, first sets of digits. Miller Nathan, I think it's going to be our doctor who thinks it's Moon Madness, who's Serena Novaheim. So my money is on Serena Novaheim, the doctor being our saboteur. But we need to have more evidence than that. All right, so here's our three N's. We know it's going to be one of them. We need to figure out what's the logic of this first two digits, which could be two separate digits. But if I had to guess, I'd guess it's the two combined. Could it be a weak number? Let's take a look. Not really. Because we have a Phobos 20. If we're looking at just these two digits here, 20 maps to July 2018, and a 14 maps to September 2019. So that's not going to work for us. Could it be the first letter of their name? Johann, that would make an A go to 14 and a J go to 20. I don't see how. Can't be just year. July, September doesn't make sense that 20 would be higher than 14. Mind really wants to assign it to a date. Remember, these aren't the day. It's not July 7th. It's just the 7th month, 9th month, 11th month. 18th. Okay. How about if we can find two people with the same day, month? Oh no, these are the only ones we know. These are the only known. No, we have one more we know, but we don't know who it is. Probably we don't. It's not going to be relevant to us. Galateo, Prospero, Oberons. Okay, so the only one that there is one more name here, Oberon 3608, but we don't know who that is. But we do need to know these four. So these four are our keys. And we're looking at the first two digits. We're trying to map to something. And I'm sort of guessing it's going to be related to the date, not the first initial, though the first initial would be first initial, if we could get it unique, would tell us the answer. First initial goes from, let's take a look at the patterns again. 10, 21, 6, 21, 66, 14, 52, 45, 25, 58, 40, 21, 39, 33, 12, 68, 13, 47. There's another 21 and another 21. That feels suspicious. Why are there so many 21s? 35, 55, 57, 19, 36, 69, 8. There's another 21. Here's a double zero. That's kind of a clue. 51, 49, 21, 44, 15, 1. Boy, that's 0, 0. That's an oddball. That is an odd value to take of 0, 0. We have a whole bunch of 21s. Gets as high as a 66. That's a weird distribution. It's as high as a 68. Sort of tempted to write them all out. Look at these two people, 2114, 2114. I guess we have a 69 here too. Whole bunch of 21s. So it's possible it's not a double digit thing. It's possible that this is the digit 2 and the digit 0. And that they're all different. But then why would we have always so many 21s? Hmm. All right, so the chat seems to be calling my attention. I don't know since when. Is Phobos 23 and not 2023? Oh, I see. You're saying I wrote down Phobos 2023 wrong. Yes, you're right. His name is Phobos 0023. Okay, well, that is a very good catch. That changes things a little bit. Now I wonder if we're not talking about month dates, because I said 00 and 14 can't be dates because this guy's number was higher than this guy. But now I wonder if July 2018 isn't 00. So is July 2018 14 months before September? Yes, it is. That's going to be it. Okay, so Johan started it. He's going to be the earliest employee. July 2018, he's going to call this 00. So it is going to be a week number. That's why we got dates. So 00 is July 2018. So if you add 14 months to this, you get July 2019, July, August, September 2019. Okay, so it is the week count. Thank you for pointing out that I wrote that down wrong. All right, so that solved that problem. So now we know if we go back to Carme 2114, we know it's week plus 21. Must have been a lot of people higher then since we saw so many, which is 3 years minus a month. No, sorry. Week 21 is 3 years. Why do I keep doing that? Week 21 is not 3 years. Week plus 21. Month. It's not week number. It's month. It's month 21. Okay, month 21 is 12 plus 9. 1 year and 9 months. All right, well, that's going to be a little harder to go from July. So let's do it the other way. It's 2 years minus 3 months. So it's 21, the year, 2 years, 2020 minus 3 months, which is April 2020. Is that right? April, May, June, July. Yes. Okay. So according to my very bad calculations, April 2020. So let's see. Who do we have who's got a last name of N, who's April 2020? And you can see it's exactly as predicted. It is Serena Novaheim, the doctor. That's our N of our three suspects. It's Serena, who's April 2020. And that's our culprit. Does everyone agree? Let's do the chat. People figured it out early. I know that. Okay. So there we go. We figured it out. We know it's Serena Novaheim, who we thought it was in the first place, because she happens to be the doctor who tried to tell us it was moon madness. All right. Well, I have to say that was a pretty fun little puzzle there. All right. Let's take our break. We'll come back. We'll let her know that her good friend Serena Novaheim, the doctor, is in fact the poisoner. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we are back. We found our culprit. The poisoner is Serena Novaheim, the doctor. Now, let's recall the email we got from Serena Novaheim. Here she is saying, yep, it confirms our worst fears. It's moon madness. And now, look, she's the one who tried to talk us into everything getting called off. She says, unfortunately, she's like, maybe you can figure out when they got it, but it's pointless. Don't worry about it. We'll almost certainly have to call off the entire mission. We can't afford more of the crew to die. I'll inform Johan. You tell Rosalie, and then we'll just get everyone off and bring them home. And we were like, hold on a second, not so fast. Let's figure out what actually happened. This woman wanted the mission canceled right from the start. And she was the friend of Rosalie. So, remember, she didn't want to talk to us. She was acting up. So, she's the medical consultant. All right, it's time for us to give our girl the bad news. Who is poisoning them? It's your old friend, Serena. Okay. Sorry for the bad news, Rosalie, but the poisoner is none other than your bestie, Serena Novaheim. Let me make sure I spelled her name wrong before I ruined my joke. Serena Novaheim. Okay, here we go. Let's see how Rosalie reacts to this news. Dr. Novaheim? She was meant to be helping us. And the whole time she was poisoning our food. I don't understand. We need to find out more about Novaheim. I found a photograph of her office from 2022. And see if you can work out how to log into her email account and see what else you can discover. We don't need a warrant for that. Let me know what you find, and if you need any help, just let me know, obviously. Okay, here's a photo of her office. Okay. Take a screenshot of that. What have we got here? She likes sports. There's the Lakers. Is there anything else? What? Why isn't it letting me zoom in more? There's a 40, and I guess she's had her 40th birthday recently. She likes to look like she reads, but those books look all fake. It's not letting me zoom in so easily here. I'm not sure why. Okay, there's a calendar. Okay, we can see her exact birthday. Okay, that's going to be what we use to log in. So it looks like on that calendar, she's marked January what? I need to zoom in more, but I guess we should be able to calculate 12, 13, 14, 15. January 15th, 2022 looks like her 40th birthday to me. So January 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. January 15th, 2022 is her 40th birthday. So January 15th, 1982. January 15, 1982 would be when she was born, right? So her password might have some form of that in it. And then any other clues? What is this thing here in the corner? Is that? That's weird. Is it like reflecting off something? What is that meant to be? I can't quite make out what that is. And then I can't see what's written on the back of her monitor. But I do feel like this Lakers 10 could be important. And that says December 26th. The shirt is Lakers 10, December 25th, it looks like. I can try to zoom in, but I have to like sort of flick. December 26th. So she's got a shirt that says December 26th. We found her 40th birthday, and it doesn't want to let me scroll around anymore. And do we think we need to know the number on the back of this monitor? Probably not. It looks like it's not really visible. All right. So we have some candidates to log into her account. You think it's a dog collar on her desk? Doesn't look like anything, maybe some space age dog collar. You might be right, actually. But boy, that's pretty iffy. It's really finicky about zooming in. That look like a dog collar? Kind of hard to tell, but it could be. Could be a dog collar with a reflection. Okay, we won't worry about that for now. What else do we got? All right. See if you can work out a login to her email account. See what else you can discover. That's the staff login. Okay. So all we have is that image. Do we have any other information though that we think could be relevant for her? We do have this networking thing. Communication between Moonbase and Mission Control. That doesn't sound like how we're going to log in. All right, so I think it's just from her photo and her name. All right, let's see. Email address. Okay, we know her email address because of that old email we had with her. All right, thank God we remember that. Okay. So if we copy her email address, if you've forgotten your password, well, we could try this, but that's probably just going to send her an email saying someone's trying to get in. So I'm not sure we want to do that just now. All right, so would she... Are we really just going to try stuff based on her birthday? It's kind of a weird thing to do. January 15th, 1982. All right, so if we just did that as numbers, it would be 01, 15, 82, something like that. But boy, all right, let's see what happens when we put in a bad password. 01, 15, 82. We couldn't find a user with that email and password. If you've forgotten your password, please click the link below. I do hate guessing passwords. All right, let's click reset and see what happens. Secret questions. Okay, that's what we were hoping for. There we go. Answers to the secret questions. Pet's name, favorite sports person, dominant hand, date of birth. Okay, so date of birth we picked up. 01, 15, 82. Okay, fine. And you were right. That's a dog collar. So we're going to have to figure out her pet's name. Sports person. Okay, so we're going to need to do a search for who is Lakers number 10. Okay, so this is our first time when this game is actually... Who wears number 10, 2022? Max Christie wore the number 10 jersey for the Los Angeles Lakers during the 2022-23 season. Max Christie. Okay, let me write that down. Someone says I made a mistake typing in the year. Okay, let me do that now here. Password reset. Okay, I typed in 92, but I meant to type in 82. Thank you. 82. Okay, favorite sports person is going to be Max Christie. And then we've got pet's name and dominant hand. Okay, so how are we going to get dominant hand here? It's mouse. the mouse is left-handed. She's left-handed mouse. So she's going to be left-handed. Dorian says, not sure if the designers intended it, but there was another player. Well, if we're wrong, we'll start digging deeper. But let's see. Now, what's the dog's name going to be? We see its collar here. Can we read a name off that collar? How are we going to guess the dog's name? She doesn't mention it in the email we had with her, did she? I think she did. Hmm. Let's see. We could download. Can we open image in new tab? Download image. Open. This be easier for us to zoom in? Yes. Okay, that's a lot better. Now we can move around and look. All right, so you're right, it's a collar. I don't really see any name on it. That's an interesting challenge for us then. There's her card. There's her fake books. There's her Lakers. What about calendar? Any clue here? Let's see. Oh, I see it. I see it. I see it. I see it. Okay. So it's going to be Daisy because you can almost see Daisy. And if you look at the collar, it's full of daisies. Okay. All right. So that's pretty fun. All right. Let's go and put in. So it was hard to zoom into that because it really doesn't, the website doesn't want me to zoom in, but that's all right. We figured it out. All right, so Daisy is going to be the pet's name. All right, if we get one of these wrong, it's going to be Max Christie. So let's try it. Some of those answers were not correct. Okay, let's see. It's surely Daisy. It's surely that she's left-handed with the mouse on her left. It's surely that her date of birth is the first month, 15th day, 82nd year. But could we have gotten sports person wrong? Or do you think it wanted a different, didn't want his full name? Maybe I spelled it wrong. It was in December 2000, no, it was January 2022. So maybe we want the year before that. Maybe we want the year before that. Yes, because she got it in December 26th of 2021, and now we're in January. So the answer is Christian Coloco. I like that. That's nice and subtle. Okay, let's try it. Didn't like it. I'm not as happy with that. And now because I'm on a tablet, I've lost the history, so I have to go back, get her email address again. All right, it's Shirley Daisy. Am I spelling that right? And then she's surely left-handed. And surely the date of birth is January 15th, 1982. You want to zoom in on... No, not that. Why have I lost my picture? It's a screenshot. That's not what I want. Download. Okay. That's as far as it will zoom, and it's not a signature, it's just a brand. But it is clearly saying it's December, so this would be the last year. December, so that would be who played. Is there something we're doing wrong here? No, there's her 15th. That's her 40th birthday. Look at this nonsense. Surely that's Daisy. Surely that's Daisy. Surely it has to be her favorite player of the Lakers who wears number 10. So we would want who wore the number 10 in the year 2021. Do you think it just wants his last name? Koloko. Koloko. Maybe it just wants the last name, but why would they do that? Why wouldn't they have it except... I'm going to try it just because it seems right. Koloko. I don't know why it wouldn't take his full name, though. How strange. Oh, 1:15:82. Dominant hand left. Pet's name, Daisy. What are we doing wrong here? All right, so Dorian and Nelson think they figured it out. Dorian and Nelson think they figured it out. All right, let me think about it for another couple minutes, and then I'll get a hint from the group. All right, so let's see. What could be wrong? She was 40 in 2022, then her birthday is January 82. That seems right to me. And it is on the 15th. Okay, what about left hand, right hand? Could I be getting that wrong? I don't see how. So I think she's left-handed. So then the question is it the dog's name or the basketball player's name? It's January. She has the Lakers shirt. That makes sense that we should be searching for 2021, which is what we searched for. But why does this say down here that Jay Dudley was number 10? Why does this thing say Christian Coloco, but then this roster says it's Jay Dudley, Jared Dudley? Where's Coloco? He's not even on this list? That's ridiculous. All right. I hope it's not playing audio. All right, so maybe it's Jared Dudley, and that AI summary was completely wrong. All right, let's try password, and let's try just Dudley, Dudley, although I don't know if it wants the first name, last name. Let's try this. Dudley, okay. Oh, fuck me. This is exactly the kind of thing that I really dislike. 4 separate answers. You have to retype them all each time. $15.82. Does it want the full name? Why would they program it to want the full name? That doesn't make sense that they would. And here it's Jay Dudley. Jared Dudley. All right, I'm going to try this, then I'll take a hint, because this is the exact kind of thing that I complain about. It says month, day, year. It says it right here, month, day, year. Jared Dudley. I mean, I'll try it, but that would be a serious bug. And this would be inexcusable if this was wrong, if this had to be put in opposite of what it says. Okay. All right. Who thinks they understand what's going wrong with this horrible thing? The match date is important. It's a Hardwood Classics jersey. So you think it, well, okay, those two statements are incompatible as hints. All right, stop talking. Let's see if we can figure this out. The one hint seemed to be saying it's some classic jersey of who was the most famous player. And then the other person was giving me a hint that said the exact date is the most important. December 25th. But it actually was December 26th. Of what year? All different answers. For a, okay, well, all right, let me not Let me not go off the rails here. Let me not go off the rails. This is so stupid. For a game that we have not once had to go searching on the internet randomly to do this and make it so fragile is so stupid. All right. I'm ready for someone to explain how they figured it out. Just go ahead, give the full explanation of how you figured it out and what the answer is. Maybe if I was on my desktop, I wouldn't mind doing such a huge amount of searching with multiple tags. Google images for the Lakers number 10 jersey. Stop. Stop, stop, stop. Is it 2021 or do we just want... Nope. Okay, I'm done. I'm done. I'm done with this puzzle. Nope. You just tell me. Tell me the answer and tell me how you got it. Boy, this is a real terrible decision of these designers. What a miss. I Googled Lakers jersey hardwood classics, which brought up Steve Nash from 2012. Okay. All right. So now we do this whole thing again. So stupid. For people who are who have done every other puzzle so cleanly, what a terrible, stupid decision to make. And combined with the way you had to re-enter everything every time, why would you make a puzzle like that? Why would you do that? It's the only time we've had to go searching randomly on the internet? That's so stupid. All right. Let me not get off track. Let me not get rattled by that. Welcome back, Serena. We hope you enjoy your new improved inbox experience. So we can write a new message as Serena if we wanted to. There's her inbox and her spam. Okay, here are her messages. From Rosalie Hardy, our girl on Moonbase, to Johan, with the CC to Serena and a whole bunch of the other people in different departments. Hello all, we've made no real progress this week due to an incident on the base, which some of you are aware of. Therefore, I have no real mission update for you all, except to say we're handling the problem, and it's progressing well. Many thanks, Rosalie. Okay, that's the brand new message. Now, we should note we have a bunch of additional emails should we need to get in touch with someone. All right, what else do we see here? Here was the detective from Rosalie to Serena. I think the detective we're working with would benefit from your expertise. Do you mind if I put them in touch with you? Okay. And then that was when we got in touch with her. And here is her reply, her replying to Rosalie about getting in touch with us. This is the email we read about the incident. Okay. Will do regarding cancel comms time off. Why is this text so gray and hard to read? Murder on the Moon. Oh no, that's sad. Okay. On it. From Felix to Johan, and she got CC'd on it. Should I start down here? Weekly mission update. From Rosalie, and she got CC'd. Dear all, here's your weekly update on our progress. Construction complete on all domes. The final interior construction has been completed. All 6 of the main domes are finished. We'll start preparation work for the next domes when we receive approval from Mission Control. No date or timestamp on this. Plants are growing well. Coral is very happy with how the seedlings are progressing. We're eating some of the vegetables we have grown already. New supply rocket landed safely. We're well stocked. Maybe that's what this rocket air is on the table. General morale amongst the team is good. Can't foresee any issues in the near future. Okay. This is her inbox, by the way. Did you take my oat milk from the fridge? Asks Bernardo of our girl, of this Serena. And here's Rosalie. I'm sorry to inform you of this, but one of our astronauts, Samuel Douglas, has been murdered. We're investigating this with the help of an outside investigator from the Detective Society. Please assist the investigation in any way possible. Okay. And that's when everyone replied, oh, sorry. Okay, here's Johan. Shocking news. I hope this resolves swiftly. Hoped it's resolved swiftly. Let me know if I can help in any way. Felix, can we prepare a statement on this? But let's hold off on releasing until we know more details. He must be the PR. This goes without saying, but not a word of this to anyone outside senior management. We need to control the release of this information. Then someone is saying on it, says Felix, the PR. The next person says, oh, it's so sad. Felix tells Serena that he's on the cancel comms time off. Then Rosalie says, working with the detective. Thank you, they'll be in touch. And the newest email, which she hasn't read yet, Rosalie saying we've made no progress. Okay, that's the inbox. Nothing exciting there. Do we have something in spam, I hope? Is this going to be her collaborator contact that looks like spam, but it's really a message from who she's working with? Hi, you have win big prize. Claim big prize now by send all bank details to me and I send big prize to you. Must send all big bank details now or big prize go away. Yeah, this is the person that she did the sabotage on behalf of. If send bank details, we may take your monies. I wonder if this is not spam, but her person who's hired her. So we could send a message to this. This is a fun moment. Like we could send a message from her account. Oh no, it's been blocked. It was suspicious. All right. So, but we could send it from our own email. What about drafts? Aha. Okay, maybe that really was spam. I guess we didn't look in sent or trash. Okay, let's look at these draft messages of hers. To whom it may concern, I feel I can no longer continue in my role. When I agreed to start working for this company, it was to further mankind's journey to the stars, to improve our world by reaching other worlds. However, I no longer believe this is what Renovos is striving for. It's therefore with regret that I tender my resignation effective immediately. Okay, so this is in her draft. Okay, what about in her trash? Uh-huh. So here's an email in her trash that she was going to write. I've done what you asked. The carrots on the next food shipment have been laced with a substance that will cause moon madness to the boss. Oh my God, it's the CEO. Yeah, thanks for reminding me, though. I do have to put a bullet in this game. It's the boss. The boss wanted the mission sabotaged. Why? Why did the boss want the mission sabotaged? That's very creepy. Dr. Novaheim, my 9-year-old son is doing a charity walk to raise money for out of work astronauts. I was wondering if you mind donating. I've set up a collection box in the canteen. Please let me know if you donate so I can give you one of the homemade badges he created. Thanks, Evan. She just trashed that email. Wow. I can't believe, though, that Johan told her to sabotage the carrots. Why would the CEO want to sabotage this? Let's take a look at her sent emails. Oat milk from Bernard Ivers. Dear Mr. Ivers, I do not appreciate the accusatory tone of your email. I have CC'd HR should you wish to take your baseless and derogatory accusations further. Hi, Felix. With everything that's happening, I think it would be best if all planned leave in the communications team was canceled over the coming month. I think we're going to need all hands on deck. And then, hi, Rosalie. Of course, I'd be happy to assist them in whatever way I can. I hope you and the rest of the crew are coping okay with what's happened. It's a real tragedy. No one could have predicted this. Except she did it. She poisoned it. The carrots on the next food shipment have been laced with a substance that will cause moon madness. Did we ever narrow down the people who avoided eating any carrots? It's every other person. Every other person but the 4 of them. All right, so now see what else you can discover, she's asked us. All right, we're going to have to give her the bad news here. Bad news. Serena was poisoned. Serena poisoned the carrots on the orders of Johann Wolf. We're sending this over email. I don't know if that's wise. He may be monitoring this email. Now, take care. Take precautions. All right. Let's see what she says to that. Johann, but that makes no sense. He created this entire mission. Everything is because of him. Why would he sabotage his work? I'm going to have to confront him about this. Hang on. He's video calling me now. Here, you can view it as well. Uh-oh. Okay. It's a little nerve-wracking. All right, let's see what he says here.
You couldn't leave it alone, could you? Was it really so hard to accept that the stupid astronauts were going mad? They've been seeing things, imagining things. One of them even killed another guy. Any real commander would have simply called off the mission, declared the moon too dangerous, and come on home. You don't understand how much money it's costing me to keep that moon base going. I'm losing billions. But you see, if the moon makes astronauts go mad, I can simply close down the base and cut my huge losses. But you had to investigate, didn't you? You found out we'd poisoned the carrots, that we were causing the moon madness. Well done. You must be so pleased with yourself. I'll just have to come up with another reason why the moon base can't stay operational. Destroying your life support system should do it. No one will want to carry on the mission when the base is filled with 12 dead astronauts. I hope your little investigation was worth it.
It kind of sounds like he's going to lose more money this way. I don't see how this is a sound financial decision. Surely, a whole bunch of dead astronauts is going to cost them a lot more in lawsuits. Even if they died of natural causes, I just don't see how he's going to be saving money with this plan of his. All right, so we listened to the voicemail. Do you have more to say? Right back when we watched it. Okay. All right, now we got to write back to her. LOL. It doesn't look good for you. Doesn't look good for you. I think Johan is not taking this well. I hope you have a backup plan to get home. Johan is trying to destroy the base. Yep. He's attacking 3 different systems, power, water, and comms. You need to bring each one back online. When you do so, they'll give you an activation code. Send that straight to me on this chat. I'll put it into the command computer. You can access each system here. All right. 3 systems, power, water, comms. Good luck and hurry. Well, don't rush us. If hopefully she's, they've got redundant systems, let's hope. All right, so power, water, comms. All right, so if we look at the documents that we haven't used yet, you can see we've got our network communications document about how to reset that. We've got solar panel document, and we've got our water document. And then we've got, in case of emergency with the rocket, that seems like probably last. So there's our 3 systems. Solar, networking, water. What do people want to work on first? I guess the one that looks least interesting might be the water to me. Why don't we start with water? How to drink water on the moon in a way that doesn't kill you. Should we take our break? I think they're going to be okay. They're going to hang out. Let's see if we can do water before the break. H2Flow, know how to make your water clean. One of the biggest issues with establishing Moonbase is getting your colonists fresh, drinkable water. Well, not anymore. Moon is rich with ice. Ice can be turned into water. Thanks to the moon's environment, water derived from moon ice is not immediately drinkable. However, H2Flow has a solution. By filtering melted moon ice through our complex and patented system, we can create drinkable water in just 10 minutes. Okay, it goes through a whole bunch of water filters and switches, and it comes out clean in 10 minutes. If the water filter system goes offline, you will need to set each valve back to its correct position so the water flows through each of the 6 filters. Each valve in the system can be turned to one of 4 positions. The position of the valve specifies which way the water flows in and out. I see. Okay, so each switch has 4 paths out of it. Each switch is only in one of 4 positions. Okay. The direction the water flows out of the filter depends on the way the water flows into the filter, but this cannot be observed until water is flowing through the system. There are no negative repercussions for starting water flow through the system with any of the valves in an incorrect position, but the system will not be fully functional until the water passes through each of the 6 filters before exiting the system. Okay, so we're going to set these switches, and it's going to create a unique path, and we need it to go through each water filter once, presumably. So each switch is going to send the water coming in one of the 3 directions. It's going to hit here. So if it hits here, we're going to have to choose whether it goes down, up, or right, north, south, or east. And then do the same for each switch. And we need to make it perform a full path through each of these big blue things and then get to the exit. So it's always going to come in here, but it looks like it's got 2 possible ways to exit. And you can never cycle back through a filter because each switch is a little confusing too, because I'm not sure what happens when it hits here. Doesn't say there's a switch in here, but I assume it's sort of the same thing, that it can only come in and out, but it's possible that it splits in all the directions. I don't think so. Any mention about that? You'd get sick, horrible, and painful death. Pop into one of our service centers. Hey, if you have problems with your H2Flow Moon water filtration system, pop into one of our service centers and we'll be pleased to assist. Fine print, we do not currently do not have any service centers on the moon. Okay, so let's go to the website for the water. Let's see if it's an interactive version of this. Yes, it is. So we can reset the pipes and start the water. We're told there's no harm. Okay, so you can see this is a copy of the paper one we have. All right, well, I don't think we need a real logic to this. We can just, I suppose we could draw it. I mean, we could overlay on top of this and draw. But now what happens inside? Like when water hits this, what does it do? Does it go in both directions? Let's see what happens if I click start the water. I want to see what happens when it goes. It goes straight. Water blockage. Okay, fine. So when it hits one of these, it goes straight. Okay, and I wouldn't have tried that if we weren't assured that there's no damage. Okay, so we need a unique path. I think it would be easier for me to do this on paper, but let's just experiment. So it goes through here, comes down here. It's going to go straight. We could obviously modify this. It doesn't help that it can't see the whole thing here. Okay, maybe we can see it this way. All right, goes here, then it's going to come through here, and then we've already got a problem. So it can't come here because then it will loop here. So that's got to be wrong. What does my gut tell me? My gut tells me it comes down here, down here, up here, and up, and up, and up, then right, and that's a problem. Okay, so we don't need it to go up. And then we've got a problem here. Okay, that's not going to work. Down here, and I had it going down, okay. Comes down here, goes up through here. What happens if water comes up here? What does it do? Like when it hits this, what happens? I'm gonna start this going. I want to see what happens. Okay, seems like it was going straight through. What happens when it does this? I'm gonna start the water and see what happens. Rosalie's probably like, guys, whoa, it went up from here. So are we just supposed to know that when it hits this, it always goes up? Like this is a hidden switch underneath this? That's an interesting little rule. Comes to this when it goes here, then we've already got a problem. If it's always going to turn up when it comes to here, then we've got a problem. Although this was happy turning right. I'm sort of okay with that. But then when it comes in here, if it come in here, it would go up anyway. So does that mean when it hits here, it's going to go left and down and come into here? When it hits here, then when it hits here, it's going to go down, up. We need it to come this way. Ugh. Don't make me reset it. Don't make me reset it. That's annoying. All right, before I experiment, I gotta reset. That's what it means. Oh, it left all my switches. Okay, fine. What? So it will go straight if it can. I thought I had found that it always made this right-hand turn. Okay, reset. When it hits here, is it gonna go straight? Let's see what happens. So this guy likes to turn down no matter what I do. What about this guy? Yeah, he just wants to turn on his own. Okay, so that's fine. All right, that was weird how some of these big ones have their own brain. All right, well, she gave us the code 68QM2. And we did finish it in time for our break, 68QM2. All right, let's go tell Rosalie that it's now safe to drink water. 68OM2 or 680M2. Let's see if she likes it. You'll get a 6-digit code. All right, I guess she wants 680M2. All right, she doesn't like either of them. Okay. 68QM2. Okay, well, this is where I would blow up the ship. 68QM2. It's always these small sloppy things that kill me. Great, that's the water filtration system back online. Just the power and comms left to go. We can do it. Okay. Rosalie, we are just going to take a short 8-minute break to stretch and refill our coffee. Hang in there. All right, I'll see you all in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back 2 hours and 33 minutes in. Let's just check in with Rosalie. Rosalie, are you still alive? Don't want to waste time trying to fix stuff if you are, well, you guys are all dead. Okay, no problem at all, she says. Let's work on one of the other systems then. What should it be? Power or comms? I think maybe power. Okay, let's take a look at what we've got here. So there's the solar panels, Soul Core on Bishop's Road. There's the invoice. Cost them 105 million for the solar panel array. Outputs for the system should remain as follows. Output 1, 60,000 kilowatt hour. Output 2, 5,000 kilowatt hour. Output 3, 40,000 kilowatt hours. Okay, terms and conditions. Claims must be made within 7 working days. Non-delivery claims can be made within 7 working days. Otherwise, liability cannot be accepted. Title of the goods on this invoice is retained Soul Care Limited. All right. Then this is stapled to a little brochure. It says Soul Care, how to look after your solar panels. Thank you for your purchase of the new Soul Core 1345B solar panel array for your desert and or moon base. This leaflet contains important information about the care of your panels. It's just a one-sheet thing. How your system works. Your solar panels feed into a substation, which then distribute power throughout your system. The substation can have anywhere between 2 and 6 of its circuit breakers switched on at any one time. Each circuit breaker affects all 3 of the substation's outputs. Each breaker usually has a positive effect on the output. However, occasionally the breaker may have a negative effect. If you'd like to calculate the output of a single breaker, then it is best to note the difference between 2 breakers being turned on and 3 breakers being turned on. Two to 6 breakers can be on. Each breaker affects all the outputs. Turning on a breaker usually has a positive effect, but sometimes negative. Now, if this last part is the part that's throwing me a little bit. If you'd like to calculate the output of a single breaker, best to note the difference between 2 being on and 3 being on. That's kind of weird. All right, now no notice here that says, hey, it's fine to try things out. We know what the goal should be. The output of 1 should be 60, 2 should be 5, and 3 should be 40. So it's kind of like a mastermind thing here. We are just able to turn them on and off. There's 6 of them. And we have to figure out what they actually do. However, the one constraint we're told is 2 of 6 can be up from 2 to 6 can be on at any given time. So I guess we can just experiment here. First of all, if we do system reset, it just resets them all. Okay, so we got to remember. All right, let's just see. So it's not going to let us have just one on, but let me see what happens if we try it. Uh-oh. What? How can this possibly be right? 6540. How can that possibly be right? What has happened here? All right, let's just write here. We're not gonna stop here. We're gonna play till we understand this, but this definitely seems like a bug. Okay, but let me just see. TBK 8x with just A. All right, I don't even think this should be a legal solution. Hopefully it'll let us keep playing. System reset. All right, let's try A and B on. All right, so A and B turned output 2 to negative 25. Let's just look at output 2 for a second and see how that's affected. And then it had a little hint about to calculate the output of a single breaker, it's best to know the difference between 2 and 3. Okay, so we're going to try to understand the logic here. A and B both on gave us 75, negative 25, and 25. We're going to experiment a little bit here. All right, let me try. That was with A and B, right? So A, B, and C gives us, oh, reset. Okay. Do I have on-off states backwards? That would be interesting. Okay, I'm a little thrown now because is this the one we tried? 2 or more. Okay, so Jonathan was saying we actually didn't break the 2 or more rules. So this is turning it on. So the thing we tried to get the right answer was these 5 on by accident. This is the one that gave us the right answer. Okay. So, all right. So Jonathan was trying to correct me that when I said with only A on, this is what we got. But this was actually, the correct answer was B, C, D, E, F on. All right, so now we're going back to experiment. So A is off, B is on. All right, whatever. So now we're going to do our experiments. Let's go back to trying with A and B on and everything else off. Okay, A and B on. And we're going to try to learn a little bit about this system, even though we stumbled onto apparently the correct answer. 15, 50, and 10. All right, now let's try with A. I got to do this reset each time. All right, let's try A, B, and C on. $20, $40, and $20. Okay, A and B. A, B, C on. Now we're trying a reset, and we're going to try B and C on. Let's see if we can make some sense out of this. As soon as it's interesting, we also got timing information, how quickly it fails, but I'm not sure. -10, 20, 25. So I wonder if output 3 doesn't go... No, it's not that clear. Okay. A and B, A, B, and C. I wonder if it's just that each circuit breaker is adding or subtracting. So A and B, I wonder if it's like 5, 10. We got rid of A, we dropped by 30 from A, B, C. So is it... One of these is a high negative. Is this a minus 15? And this is a 5? Minus 15, is this 30 and this 5? Like that. So this gives us 15. This gives us 15 plus 5 is 20, and this gives us negative 10. So I think that's how it is. I think it's just a linear combination, at least for 1. For 1, we've got these values. But now for 2, it's a totally different set. And for 3, it looks like these are all positive. So that's how this basic system is working. All right, we could stop here, but let's keep going here. So this is how I think it's working. So for substation 1, we'll just use a different card. I mean, Rosalie's not in any hurry. She appreciates that we're trying to be systematic. Substation 2, substation 3, or output 1, 2, 3. So I propose that for 1, B, E, F, we have 6 circuits, 6 switch. I propose that A is a plus 30, B is a minus 15, and C is a 5 for substation 1. For output 1. Now for output 2, actually 3 seems easier to me. It feels like, actually we do have a drop down. We do have a negative here too. So A, B, and C, there's a 20. B and C are 25. Now is it going to be like a 15 and 5? 15 and 5, that would make this a 0. 15, no. 15 minus 5? Yes. 15, 5 minus... No. 15 minus 5. How about 20 minus 10? 20, 10, 25. 25 minus 5. 20 minus 5. No. A and B is 10. A, B, C is 20. That must make C. E, E. Okay. Okay, I see. A and B is 20. We added the C, we got up by 10. So if it's all linear, then we know that C is 10. And I see we could do the same thing with the other pairs. That's why I was suggesting this 2 and 3 thing. Okay, But if ABC is 20, we get rid of the BC, we go up. That means A is -5, assuming this is right. 20, we got rid of the C. That makes C 10. We've already done that. Okay, and then we calculated the A, but they all have B's. So we could do another test to get that, but we don't need to, because if we've got A and C is 5 and ABC is 20, that means B is 15. And that should be consistent with everything. Right? B and C is 25. Okay. And we can do the same thing here. It's all linear. ABC is 40. We get rid of the A. We drop down by 20. So A, C, D, E, F. Okay. So 20, 40 to 20, we lost 20. So the A is a 20. AB, we added the C and we dropped down by 10. That means C is -10. And then if A, B, and C are 40 and A and C are 10, that means B is 30. Okay, so there's our A, B's, and C's for all three. And we can do the exact same thing for the last three. So let's do that. Let's turn these off. And let's do our, guess I got to do a reset here. Okay. So D and E on, F off. Let's do this. We're going to do these combinations again, D and E, and then we're going to do E and F, and then we're going to do E, 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 F, and then D, E. All right. You guys can all just take a break if you want. So 95 minus 10. Helps when everything's linear. Okay, that was D and E on, and now we're going to do E and F on. $25 and $10. And now we're going to reset and put all three of these on. Can you imagine Rosalie? She's like, guys, if you found the answer, can you just give me the answer? Why are you doing all this extra stuff while we're dying? Because it's science, Rosalie. It's science. All right, let's see. D, E, and F, we're looking at output one now. D, E, and F is 70. When we took away the D, we went down to 20. So that means the D is 50. D, E, and F was 70. When we took away the F, we went up to 95. So the F must be minus 25. D, E, and F all together was 70. So that makes D, E, and F all together was 70. So 25 plus 30 plus 45. Is that right? D and E is 95. E and F is 20. D, E, and F is 75. 70. Okay, that's right. We go to station 2. Station 2. D, E, and F is minus 15. When we took away the D, we went up by 5. So D is minus 20. 15, we took away the F. We went up by 5. So that's going to be minus 5. Then D, E, and F together is got to be 10. Let's check that out. D and E is minus 10. E and F is 5. D, E, F is minus 15. That's done. Last station, number 3. DEF is 15. When we got rid of the D, we went down by 5. So D is 5. DEF is 15. When we got rid of the F, we went down by 30. So F has got to be 30. And then DEF is 10. 35. This has to be minus 20. Gives us 15. Let's see if that's right. D and E is minus 15. E and F is 10. DEF is 15. Okay. This is an E. All right, so now we know what each of the circuit breakers do. Here, circuit breaker 1, 2, and 3. And now the question is, I mean, we know the answer because we stumbled onto it by mistake. But we want to get to this value. So we want to find a setting for A, B, C, D, and E. I want to find a setting that gives us 60 here, 5 here, and 40 here. How would you do that other than by trial and error? I mean, we know because we stumbled on it that everything on except for A should give us the right answer. Let's check that out. So if we add B, C, D, E, F for all of these, we get negative 10, 40, 85, 60. We add all B through F, we get negative 20, negative 40, negative 30. Something went wrong. 30 minus 20 minus 40, 30. Something's wrong here. I must have done one of these wrong. I'll have to revisit 2. 2 seems wrong. 25, 30, 10, 40. So this is right. What did I do wrong on substation 2? A and B is 50. A, B, C is 40. B and C is 20. That looks right. D, E, F is 5. That's wrong. No, negative 15. Now DEF is negative 15. E and F is 5. D and E should be negative 10, and it is. Unless I wrote down these values wrong. Negative 20, negative 40, 30, 25. Sorry, I'm not supposed to add the 20. Negative 20, negative 40. Why am I doing that? 20, 0, 10, 5. Okay, sorry, I just was adding this wrong. All right, so we know the answer is A off, B, C, D, E, F on. That is correct. Could you get that by, could you get that? How would you do it if you didn't want to do a trial by error? If you didn't want to do a trial by error, you would write out the equation for output 1 is $30A minus $15B plus $5C plus $50D plus $45E minus $25F equals 60, where A, B, C, D, E, and F are all zeros and ones. And you could write your 3 equations for your 3 outputs. 20A plus 30B minus 10C minus 20D plus 10E minus 5F equals 5. And your third output says minus 5A plus 15B plus 10C plus 5D minus 20E plus 30F is 40. And you add them all together, you get 45A plus 30B plus 5C plus 35D plus 35E minus F is not relevant here. That's weird. Equals 105. How can the F not be relevant? It doesn't make sense. Let me see here. We know the answer is 1, 1, 1, 1. 30, 35, 30, 35, 35, 35. And A is 0. 70, 105. So according to this, well, there's our easy solution. So we could have figured out this solution is these all have to be on to get us 105. They can only be zeros and ones. But maybe there is another solution. You could say, well, what if A was on? Can you get that? You can't. But now according to this, let's see here. So our solution has everything on except for A. But if I turn F, sorry, let me reset. If I turn F off, what do we get now? Now, why does my trick of combining these not give me an answer for F? So something is clearly wrong with my idea that I can simultaneously solve these equations. Something is wrong with my higher level algebra thinking. I'm sorry for doing this to you guys. I'm just sort of curious about the bigger picture, how you would solve this algebraically, and what higher level mental process I'm not thinking about here. It's because we've got a solution to this. But my F's canceled out, so I don't have a valid. All right, well, I don't want to ruin the experience for you guys. I'll have to think about this more offline, but we do know our answer. It's all of these on and this off. There's something I need to think about how you solve a system of binary equations. Why my normal high school algebra is failing me enough to figure out what the process would be. All right, but we know how to get our right answer. Now it is with F on as well. Maybe the way you would do it, with your algebra, maybe a mathematician would be able to answer this better, is we combine these linear equations. We got a set of solutions here. This is this is true without any constraints on what the numbers can be, but we're going to constrain them to zeros and ones. And as soon as we do that, we can see B is 1, C is 1, D is 1, E is 1. We know that, but maybe because this canceled out, we would have to say we don't know F. So then if you wanted to solve that, then you would just put it back into one of these, and you'd say, okay, so minus 15 plus 5 plus 50 plus 45 minus 25F is 60. And then when you did that, you get 55, so that's 40, 85 minus 25F equals 60, where F can only be 0 or 1. And so you'd have to conclude, okay, F is 1. And that's how you would get the unique solution. All right. Anyway, we've solved it here. We've taken up more time. You've all fallen asleep, but that's all right. I appreciate your indulgence. We've got the code, K8X. All right, let's go give it to Rosalie. Rosalie, we have your code to turn back on power to life support. It's TBK8X. 8X. Actually, funny story, we figured it out about 30 minutes ago by accident, but I really wanted to try to understand the math, so we spent another 30 minutes experimenting and so on. Hope that's okay. Brilliant. You've got the power system online as well. Just the comms left to go. Great work. All right, comms is our last one. Almost time for another break with that. All right, let's see what we got here. We've got one page sheet here of Get Near. All right, let's read it. We read this already. Felt like we needed more information. Let's see. She says, this page says from the Get Near team. Sometimes it's possible the communication system between the moon base and mission control will become overloaded. It will cause it to lose a portion of its language memory. Don't be alarmed. You just got to reprogram it. You need to enter a number of stock phrases. These phrases will be relevant to your usage. We don't know what stock phrases you selected or home base selected. It's entirely of these words. Did it say it was 5 words? Always? It feels like it's one from each column. Is that right? We've tried hard to make the system resilient. Hopefully it will never come to this. Making it a fully reliable system has been tricky. I thought it said 5. Let me see if I'm misremembering that. You enter a number of stock phrases relevant to your usage. We do know it'll be from these words below, but no mention of 5. Where did I get the 5 from? Number of stock phrases, okay. Maybe I just assumed that it looks like it's one from each column, like they're all the same number of letters, right? These are 2-letter words, 3-letter words, 4-letter words, 5-letter words, 6-letter words. All right, let's look at the website now. So phrase 1, the moon is danger. So KHX, it's a 3-letter, 4-letter, 2-letter, 2-letter, 6-letter. So KHX is the 3-letter word, and we can choose any of the 3-letter words. For the 4-letter word, we can choose any of the 4-letter words. For the 2-letter word, any of the 2-letter words, 2-letter words, and then a 6-letter word. All right, so is it suggesting that these letters are the same? So the starting letter and the ending letter are going to be the same? So we should look for a 3-letter word where the starting and ending letter are the same? No, it doesn't exist. So it's not letter for letter. It's not a substitution code. Is it just meant for us to come up with a phrase? Like, not like the moon, and then is no danger. Like, are we just supposed to be trying to come up with a phrase? No, surely we're supposed to make sense of why KHX would map to one of these. Stock phrases. While we do not know what stock phrases you've selected, it does seem like it might just be a stock phrase. Do we know any stock phrase that they would have used? The moon is in danger, says Jonathan. But is that the stock phrase they would have used? Is there some stock phrase that, like, on the website we heard him say? Did he say, like, was there some famous catchphrase that we're not? How about murder on the moon? No, that doesn't exist. One step closer. Like, does he have some catchphrase? I mean, we can certainly put it in, but do we have any logic to it? And on what basis are we then we're ignoring all of these and just guessing a phrase? Language phrase 1, it sounds like we're going to have to do a bunch of these, maybe. Oh, language phrase 2, here we go. Language phrase 3, 4. 5. All right, let's see what happens if we click calibration. Some of the past phrases were correct. Some were correct. Let me just see. If I change this, is it going to say none? None of them were correct. Okay. So we got a little mastermind thing. So we got this part right. The moon is in danger. We got correct. Is the moon the hatch? So why did we guess that? We just guessed that because it was a phrase we could make sense of? All right, now we have a 2, 3, 4, 3, 5. Is the moon no. Are we really not? Okay, here's THX. So we translated THX to the before, so I guess it's still the. Don't you think? KF is. Do you think these, we know these letters don't match because here X turned to T and X turned to E, so that's not right. But what is XHX always going to be the? I'd have to guess so. Okay, the, and then we have a 5-letter words. It's a 5-letter word. There's not much like the suit, the under. It can't be the under, the clear, the could, the space. Could be the hatch. It could be the suits. How about and do we think this is already KF is already is and AO is in, so this won't be is in? Do not open the hatch. How about that? Let's see, run language calibration. Some of the phrases were correct. That doesn't really help us much. So how did I get do not open the hatch? I said FJ. I said it can't be in or is because we've already matched KF to AO to in is. Let's see if we can make more sense here. So we've never seen OE, but we have seen an is. So I claim that phrase 3 can't be an is. And I guess we could actually check that one, can't we? We can check do not open the hatch by changing this. And now running calibration. Yes. Okay, so that means our second phrase must be correct. Do not open the hatch. We can check that by changing one word. Now we should have none correct. None. Okay, so we are correct. So what we're going to do is we're going to leave the top one blank on each of them. So this is the moon is in danger, and this one is do not open the hatch. But now we're going to be able to tell if this is correct. It actually, is that right? Am I overcomplicating? It turns to green when we do it. Let's try it. Do not open the hatch. Let's see. So we check. Some are not correct. And I fully overcomplicated it because, as Jonathan points out, it turned green. Okay, so fine. So here we are again. If I'm right, though, we've already got open as a 4-letter word, and we've got moon as a 4-letter word. So now we know this one is not open or moon. So it could be anything here. 5-letter word we know is not EKFJS, so we know this can't be hatch. And we know this can't be hatch. And we know this can't be moon or hatch. Oh, that's a 4-letter word. 4-letter word can't be open or hatch. And these two must be different. Clean, dust. We know it can't be in if we're right, because we've got an in here as AO and we've got an is. So I think that means these must be different. How about base, suits? Clean, suit. Clean suits must be hung up. Doesn't sound very professional. Yep, clean suits must be hung up. Okay, next. 2 more to go, I think. 2 more to go. All right, phrase 4. And let's make sure I haven't seen any of these 4-letter words. DJOE. DJOE. We haven't seen it. So it should be something we haven't seen before. How about keep clear of rocket pad? Okay, keep clear of rocket pad was correct. So we just got one more. And FNBD we haven't seen before, so it should be one of the ones we've never seen before. How about dust? Did we do must yet? Must be, dust must be dust Dust. How about space dust? Moon dust is deadly, but that would only be if FNBD is moon. Yes, okay, so that makes sense. This is a repeat. That's moon. And is should be KF. Yes, okay, I think this is it. Yep. Okay, language systems back online. Please give your administrator the code. All right. Thank you, Jonathan, for spotting that. Saved me a bit of trouble. FY4ZJ. 4ZJ. Okay, let's give Rosalie the code. She's going to be happy to hear it, although honestly, I don't know how you're going to survive this. If mission base on Earth is determined to kill you, it doesn't seem like we're going to be able to get you home, but 4ZJ. Try. Oops. Incredible work, detective. That's brought all 3 systems back online. Wait a minute. I'm getting another incoming video. Uh-oh. Are we ready for this?
Fine. Fine. I can't destroy your life support systems. Fine. Good for you. I guess I'll just have to blow up your rocket instead. Much neater, much more catastrophic. No one will ever consider a moon base again after they see the crater this one leaves behind.
Rocket destruction sequence initiated. Rocket destruction sequence initiated.
See you in hell.
Is this the future of Elon Musk? Are we seeing how this thing's going to end? Rocket Control Console. Rocket Control Console has been hijacked and the self-destruct sequence has been initiated. To regain control and stop the rocket from being destroyed, please carefully follow the instructions on the terminal below. A timer will begin as soon as you type start. Okay, so it looks like the last stage of our game is going to be a timed countdown emergency recovery. So let's get set up for this. There's our map of the base should we need it. Here's our rocket. We're told, where's my one where I annotated it? There. We determined that red is here, white is here, green is here, and black is here. So that lines up like that. And then here is our emergency instructions. So let's take our last break here before we engage with this self-destruct sequence. We'll come back for the finale. I'll see you in 8 minutes. So I feel like I'm in a space movie where the commander's like, okay, who's ready? There's just silence. Like all the people working at all the desks are like head down. So is it just me here alone, or am I going to get some help from the chat here in this final thing? All bets are off with our normal rules. Timed answer here. You are welcome to chime in. We'll do it together. What screen is best for us here? This one? Or this one? I guess this one. Okay. So are we all on the same page? I can't actually see that very well. Maybe we're better off with this one. All right. I'll bring up the chat when we need to, when you guys have something to say. You know how to catch my attention. Okay, so it is a rocket emergency, but I feel like it's going to tell us when to open this, but it is a rocket emergency. It feels like we should be able to open this on our own. Surely it's going to tell us to open and read this. Colossus rocket. To regain control of the rocket control console system, you need to correctly answer a number of timed queries to prove you are not a robot. Prove you are on the moon base. In the following cases, respond with the appropriate inputs before the timer runs out. Okay, so it's going to start giving us these words, and we have to look them up. If it's PCK, all output before last. If an output of 3, respond if it's output 1. BLD astro number, input the relevant astronaut's blood type. So blood type, all right. We have all of our astronaut information here. CNT, number of previous queries. If it types CTL, if it says delete. All right, let's just begin this and try not to panic. Start. The rocket protocol has been initialized. Please input the response to the keywords. 40 seconds? Otherwise, it will reset. Okay, YR. Year, astro number, their 4-digit date of birth, 48. Oh, dear God. 48. Okay. Year of birth, 1991. 1991. Control. Okay, if it says control, we put in CNSL. CNSL. Is it resetting the timer each time? Yes. So we have some more time to think about this. All right, so since I have some more time before it resets, 30 seconds, let me get this stuff organized. It would help if these are in numerical order. 306, 453. All right, I better hit enter here. ENT. If it outputs ENT, input enter on the first instance, override on subsequent instances. Okay, so our first entrance is going to be enter. If I still have 30 seconds, I'm going to sort these while we're counting down. Okay. 980, 1280, 630, 497. Okay, so remember, if it says ENT, I got to answer differently next time. Maybe we don't need this yet. Oh! Did I get it in time? CNT. Oh my God, that was crazy. Input the number of previous queries. So 3 previous queries. Wow. I don't know if I got that in time. I guess so. All right, let me get back to my job. Sorting while we're waiting for the countdown, since it seems to reset each time. 277. All right, I think I have all the astronauts sorted by their... I guess I should enter here. BCK. Okay, what do we do with BCK? BCK, follow output before last. If on output 3, respond as if it's output 1. Follow the output before last. Okay, so it's not a CNT, it's enter it wants. Output for last. Respond as if it's output 1. Does it want the same thing I typed before, or does it want me to type the same thing? Incorrect. So it's ENT. God damn it. All right, we got to start over again. 48. All right, I think we know these years. That was 1991. Control, we respond CNSL. Enter on the first instance. So I think we're still on the first instance. Yes. CNT, number of previous queries was 3. 1, 2, 3. Then BNK. Okay, BCK. So last time I tried typing enter, but maybe it wants me to type ENT. Does it want enter? What the hell does it want then? The rule says follow the output before last. If on output 3, respond as if it's output 1. Override, you think? Okay, that's tricky. All right, good work. RSET, reset. Treat as if all prior terminal outputs have ceased to exist and input OK. All right, so now we're reset. So anything that said like the second time you do something, we don't do that because now all prior outputs have ceased to exist. All right, and then respond with OK. Okay, ENT, enter on the first instance. So we're back to enter. Delete, DEL, treat as if previous terminal output has ceased to exist. So we type delete. Okay, the previous one didn't exist. The ent to enter doesn't exist anymore. So if it gave us ent again, we would also still say enter. SCT water treatment. Input the sector containing the relevant room. So what sector contains water treatment? Okay, so this we need here, 27 seconds, okay. Water treatment is here in Dome A. Which is Dome A. Oh, I'm going to mess this up. God damn it. All right, you guys think about how to answer that, how to answer this in terms of sector while I redo this. Okay, she was 1991. And then I got to flip this. All right. Control CNSL. Ent becomes enter. CNT, we said 3. ECK was override. Reset, we type OK. The stuff doesn't exist anymore. Ent becomes enter again. Delete becomes previous terminal doesn't exist anymore. So we say delete. All right, here we go. So how do we know what sector? These are the craterlets in the different sectors. So Dome A is right next to Uiqua or Eginwa. So I'm a little confused about whether it's this one. Is it like this? How are we supposed to, I guess I should guess. Oh, fuck me. I should have just guessed. Okay. All right. I should have just at least guessed we'd have a data point. All right, you think we should try Roman, huh? Okay, Roman worked. Remember that. Roman was the answer. All right, now BLD, and then it gives us an astro number, their blood type, A negative, etc. So 497. Okay, 497 is O negative, and it wants it in the form of O negative. CNT. So the number of previous queries, but remember when it said reset, we reset, and delete, we delete. So actually there's only been 2 queries previous. God damn it. I can guess again. 1 or 3? 4? RKT. Input label on rocket visible from infirmary window. The infirmary window, it's either white or red. White? Red. Oh, fuck me. Well, now I'm confused. I mean, black, green. Oh, label. Crap. Label, not color. Okay. 1991. Control responds to CNSL. Enter goes to enter. CNT goes to 3. BCK we said was override. Reset, we say okay. Enter becomes enter again. Delete becomes delete. The water treatment sector we said was Roman. The building of that we said was O negative. And then here we said was enter again. No, we said this was like 5, 6, 7, 4. 4, yes. Okay. And then RKT, the label visible from the infirmary. So I think it's the white label, which is L12040. L12040. I hope someone's writing these down so you could help me. Thank you. R reset. Okay, so reset happened again. Now we just respond with okay. Now everything's cleared. Year for 82. Okay, so the year 82 was born. We know this is 1990. All right, let's take a moment to write some of the stuff down because we've got a couple seconds here. 1991 CNSL, enter 3, override, okay, enter, delete, Roman. Okay, after that. All right, good work. I think we got this. Okay, I'm going to proceed here. SCT Biochem Lab. This is the part that we didn't really figure out. We didn't figure out how to answer sectors here. Okay, the biochemical lab is here. So what have we decided how to make sense of this? Is it like this? I find this very upsetting, this part. Okay, that was right. It was Newton. We got that with like 1 second left. Okay, ENT. So do we have a live ENT? No. So it's enter. And then we've got a delete, which gets rid of our enter. Okay, and then we're supposed to go back again, and we're skipping the enter. So it's Newton again. This BCK is really throws me. I really don't understand what it wants from me. It just wants me to do the same last one again. The number of previous queries, but it's since the reset and not including the delete, right? So 1, 2, 3, blank, 4. 4? Okay. I'd like to not get any more wrong. If it says EXE, we just type execute. That BCK really throws me. We still have a couple seconds to enter this. Let me, 1991, CNSL, enter. I'm using this free time we have to make my notes. Override, okay, execute. Oh, we did it. Good teamwork, everyone. Good teamwork, everyone. We did it. Oh, it looks like this is going to be the end here. Good work.
In the last few moments, we've heard that Johan Wolf, the CEO of Lunavos, has been arrested by police. It is currently unclear what crimes he is under suspicion of, but we understand it is connected to the moon base being built by Lunavos and the reported death of one of the astronauts that has been constructing it. We can now go live to a statement from Commander Rosalie Hardy, the head of the Lunavos moon base.
It is with great regret that I have to announce that one of my crew, Samuel Douglas, has tragically died. Samuel always knew that being an astronaut was fraught with danger, and he entered into this mission well aware of the risks that came with trying to establish a base on the moon. However, it has become apparent that the biggest danger on this mission, and indeed the cause of Samuel's death, was not the moon. Instead, the real threat came from Lunavos itself, and in particular, Johan Wolf. I'm sure you will all learn more about this over the coming days. But for now, let me just pay tribute to Samuel Douglas, to my crew, and to those brave and talented individuals who have helped us uncover the scale of this conspiracy. I couldn't have done it without you.
All right, well, that's it. You've managed to foil Johan Wolf's dastardly plot to blow up the moon and kill all the astronauts so that he could abandon the project and cut all of his losses. You truly are a fantastic detective. Rosalie Hardy and the rest of the crew owe their lives to you and your fantastic diligence. Excellent work. You have now completed Murder on the Moon. If you'd like to purchase more of our exciting adventures, please visit our store. And let's see, there are the other games here. We've got the Cursed Museum, which is the bottom left. And then we've got one of them is called Timothy Lee, The Disappearance. The other one is Claire something. I believe I have this one in the upper left. And I know this one had like the cartoon art, and that didn't seem that interesting to me. Okay, but you can leave a review. All right, and these are about $180 each. It looks like there's a 10% coupon in this box if you wanted to use it. As always, I do recommend that if you watch a playthrough, you feel confident that you can give an honest opinion about the game, you should leave a review somewhere, especially if it's positive, I suppose. we are going to take a little break and then come back and give our thoughts on this game. I hope some of you who played this along with me will stick around. I want to hear what your overall thoughts are. High points, low points, constructive criticism. We're going to take a 5-minute break so that we can collect our thoughts. We'll come back. We'll talk about the experience. I'll see you in 5 minutes. All right, we're going to talk about this game now that we've played over 4 sessions. The prologue first and then 3 episodes. And give our thoughts. And I can see in the channel, people are already chiming in here a little bit. Jonathan Warner says, had good production value, enjoyed the story, some deduction involved in a few puzzles. Only nitpick is maybe the 3 system reset web puzzles felt less on par with the rest of the experience. Maybe a little more story, but there was a fair amount. It had its moments, but my opinion's pretty mixed. I wouldn't recommend just because there are better mystery games out there, especially for the price, unless you just love the moon theme. Some cute parts. Was not a fan of this episode. Frustrating basketball jersey puzzle. Might have been nice if there were some subtle clues about motives sprinkled in earlier. The whole string of what I call Sudoku puzzles, where you already know how to solve it, just a matter of grinding through the combinations. $90 total, no way. DJ Moneykit says, I actually don't hate the jersey puzzle, except for the fact that outside research hadn't been needed until then. What did you guys think of that final little puzzle? Dorian says, the prequel was interesting. I think was its strongest point. I really liked discovering the different organizations. Even had some mini puzzles on the sites that we didn't do. Finding which one was responsible and identifying the saboteur worked really well. The video at the end pulled you in and made you interested in going to the moon, solving the murder. It was both fun and interesting. The first episode went a little quick. It seemed to only have one larger puzzle with the log schedule. Wasn't bad, but finding the murder was over before you knew it. I felt getting that out of the way that quickly kind of broke the suspense for everything that followed. Motives never really primary pull for the audience and whodunits. It's better to establish motives. Relatively standard puzzle themes in the second episode surprised me a bit. Fingerprints, footprints. The one that seemed the most interesting was to identify the poisoned food. Guess it tried to add some intrigue back with the strange happenings. Not sure it succeeded. The map and cutouts added some interesting gameplay mechanics. A central piece like that has the potential to make it more engaging for small groups rather than just passing documents around. That's a really interesting point. Finally, the third episode picked things up again. Really liked that it felt intense again. Those were some very interesting points from Dorian. Okay, let me try to talk a little bit about, and then we'll come back to some of the comments from the audience. For me, overall experience was quite positive. I really did think this was a fun game to play. Prologue surprisingly good, maybe even the best of the prologue by itself. Might have been better than any one particular episode. So I do think I come out of this with a very positive experience. Very high production quality. The audio, we heard from each of the 12 people, almost each of the 12 with their audio explanations. In that one episode, we heard the witness statements. The acting was good. It was entertaining. It was fun. The production values were very high. So I think overall, a real feeling of a polished experience here. The elephant in the room, though, is the price. And I was thinking earlier today, like, boy, that is a tricky thing to talk about. What does it mean when I say something is not worth the cost? Like, my gut reaction is that this is too expensive for what it is. If a normal group will spend 3 hours playing this, let's say 3 to 4 hours, it takes us about 3 times as long normally to play a game. But if a normal group is going to spend 3 or 4 hours playing this, and it costs them $90, and you have to work not to mess up any pieces, you could pass this along, but you'll have to make scans and copies and write on the thing. So my gut reaction is like, it's too expensive for what it is. I was thinking earlier, like, what does that mean when I say that? Like, is it worth Like, would you rather pay double for a game to have the professional actors record, 10 comments? Would you pay, is it worth, how much more is it worth to get these nice websites that are done well with all this background flavor and art and stuff, and for them to pay to maintain the art and the websites? And how much is it worth this big, giant, heavy cutout board, right? Like this, the cost to produce this with this big, whatever you call it, a quad fold board that folds out, like it doesn't add much. But then Dorian made a point, like if you have a big group having this big map out, I think that was missed opportunity there. But okay, so what does it mean? Is it fair to ever say something's not worth the price? And I think it's a little, just as a little side comment though, the other reason, the other wrinkle in talking about how something is worth is the corruption of YouTube reviewers getting all free copies. And there's a real phenomena that occurs where if a reviewer doesn't have to pay for any of the games, then to them, it's almost the inverse reaction. Like imagine if you have to pay $1,000 to get Gloomhaven, then when you review Gloomhaven, your brain as a reviewer is thinking, I just paid $1,000. Did I get $1,000 worth of enjoyment? But the opposite happens. If you get given these games free, then it's not only that you don't see it as I spent $1,000 on this, it's almost the reverse. You're like, I just got this gift of $1,000. I feel great about that. So I think the expensive games tend to make reviewers more positive when they get it for free and more like the viewer if they have to pay for it. So I think it is okay, but we did pay for this, but I did buy it used. But on the other hand, I am getting help from the Patreon, so maybe that blunts some of the pain. But that wasn't my main point about cost. The main thought I had about cost was maybe it's not that helpful to think about, is this worth $90 as an objective fact? Because your group will decide if you're all spending together and you want the best, most deluxe experience, then maybe cost is not important and you'd be willing to pay double or triple for a slightly more memorable experience and the acting and the voice recording and having a big board on the table. Maybe that's worth it. What we could say, however, though, is if you are at that point where you care about bang for your buck, then you could absolutely say that for $90, you could get, 6 very good, long, deep $15 games. Like you could get Guilty Monaco, Guilty Houston 2015, Suspects. You could get a whole bunch of games for that $90, which would give you a dozen hours worth of very high quality gaming. So that is what we can say. Now, if you played everything and you've got money and you want a deluxe experience, then this is something you should consider. But if you're saying I've only got 90, give me the best bang for the buck, then that's a different story. Okay, that's the elephant in the room with the cost stuff. Let's check back in with the chat before I give some more general thoughts. DJ Moneycut says the final game was interesting, change of pace and novel, but a little bit frustrating. Oh, they're talking about the final typing into the terminal. John says the finale seemed interesting, probably just a few prompts too long. Middle episode with crew movements, building layout, food was the best part. This episode was a haze of pipe puzzles and mastermind. John says, I liked how much lore was in the prologue, but I liked the tone of the main game better. Prologue had a bit too much humor to me. I want to come back to that. Thorpe says, I see where reviewers paid a lot and they go in denial that it was a disappointment because they don't want to feel they got gotten. Now, that's an interesting thought. People do talk about that. Was this a Kickstarter? It feels like this was Kickstarted, although you can currently buy it now. Stretch goal, 3D board, voice acting, etc. Okay, those are good things. All right, so let me come back to a couple things. There were some puzzles here that I really enjoyed. There were puzzles in every episode that I really enjoyed. In this one, the codename puzzle I really enjoyed. That's a good example of a puzzle that required real deduction. I don't remember seeing that before. It had us use the online page of staff, the online page on the website, that there was no real hint to go see. It just so happened that we had decided to study the website at that point. And it used some deduction about breaking down the username into a section that corresponded to the last letter of the first letter of the last name, and then the how many months they had been employed. That to me is exactly what I want in a puzzle. It's sort of deduction using multiple components that you're not quite sure how to use. A bunch of possibilities. When you figure it out, it all makes sense. And it did require real constraint satisfaction. Like, here are two people that are in this department, and that's the best way to attack the puzzle. Maybe that's a good way to say it. There are lots of puzzles where you sort of know how you're going to solve it, and you go about solving it. This one was the kind of puzzle I want, which is you don't even know the right way to attack it. You have to use some deduction to figure out what's the most efficient way to attack it, the most efficient way to test your theories, the most likely kinds of solutions. And then when we got it all, it narrowed in. And so to me, that sort of represented the best of the puzzles in this set. That username puzzle. And I like that it was set up with some narrative. Each of the main puzzles did sort of get set up with some narrative. And then we had a lot of puzzles that were easy, some of which felt like a little trivial, like that turning the pipes wasn't really, like it was more of an experimental puzzle. We got a bunch of those. We got a couple of puzzles that were potentially oddly difficult. Maybe just the one. The one with the output power, that feels like lots of combinations. I could see a group getting stuck on that for a while. And particularly odd in that we just stumbled on the right answer by luck. But I do like that it was a mathematically solvable set of rules. And I do like that. And I think that was true in a couple of the puzzles, a couple of the online puzzles. I did enjoy that mathematically it was sort of obtuse, but you could figure it out. So I think overall, I quite liked the puzzles here. There were no puzzles that really had us stuck for a long time. In general, they were on the easy side. There were a couple that were sort of memorable. The footprint one was particularly fun because of how it's sort of, for some reason, I couldn't see what the footprints were going to tell us, but once we figured it out, it clicked. Everything was fairly straightforward. The cooking puzzle is a good example of one that wasn't particularly hard, but it was sort of multiple steps and enjoyable. You could see if you didn't have help, if you were just doing it on your own, you could get stuck on those. So I think overall, the puzzles were good. And they were enjoyable, if on the easier side, and they were framed in a sort of luxurious way where there were enough materials to make them enjoyable to work on. Each structure of each episode sort of had a similar feel where there were like a couple of obvious multi-part, couple of like each episode was like, here are the 3 things you have to do. 3 puzzles you have to solve, and then that's going to unlock a extra puzzle that the website guides you through. And that chat worked reasonably well, and it was fun to interact with those people. We broke into someone's email at one point. So I do think the structure of each episode worked well. This is about as well as we've seen any game that has an internet component work. Generally, that's not what I'm looking for, but here it was reasonable. Like most of our time was spent with real documents, and then each episode had us going on a website. There's one puzzle that really stood out as not belonging, and that was that Lakers shirt part of that one puzzle was just bizarre because not a single point in any other puzzle, in any other episode, in any way, shape, or form did we ever have to leave the universe of the made-up websites for that game, except for that one component of that one puzzle required you to do internet searching of the Lakers players who wore this jersey, and it wasn't like an obvious thing. You had to figure out that the shirt was a historical shirt, even though we saw December. That's wrong. That just jumped out as so not belonging in this game. And someone in the chat says they didn't mind it so much. I guess I really minded it, and for a couple reasons. First of all, it was not fun trying to do that search. Once you figure out that you're supposed to be searching for a Lakers player who wears jersey 10, it was not fun that there was a whole bunch of candidate things. The AI summary got it wrong. And if you watch us try to solve that puzzle, like we went through 3 weeks, like, oh, I've got it now. It's not actually the year 2022 that we should be trying to solve because it's December, so we should be searching for 2021. And that was wrong. And it had exactly what I complain about all the time. The way to solve that puzzle was to put in 4 things, right? The name of the pet, the birth date, the name of the favorite player. And when those started being wrong, and it wouldn't tell us which one is wrong, then we entered this whole world of permutations. Well, does it just want the last name of the player? Does it want the full name of the player? Is it possible it's asking for the date in the wrong order? Does it like capitals? Does it care if I capitalize or not capitalize? Like that should not, that's wrong. That is just wrong. That should not be there. That puzzle does not belong. So, but that was the rare miss here. None of the other puzzles had that feeling. Not a single one of the other puzzles created that kind of frustration. Now, the last puzzle, the last little interactive finale. It's always interesting to see designers and these games that try to create the feeling of a finale. And I think they pulled it off here. That last little interactive thing with the timer, normally that's the kind of thing I wouldn't like, but I think it works for a couple reasons. First, it creates this thematic feel of countdown danger, but really it's forgiving. Like the worst thing that happens is you have to start over. It asks the same questions in the same order, so even though it's forcing you to redo it, you're basically just typing things in again, and it feels scary, but reality, the worst thing that happens when it clicks back, you try again. So it thematically worked. It was kind of fun. It was fun that each of these had a different interactive thing. So I think this actually was cute, and it worked, and it created a finale feeling and a feeling of danger, even though you couldn't lose the game. The only part that I really struggled here, I mean, this part about the back threw me too. I still don't understand what we were getting wrong there too. But this is the only part that I found really unpleasant. Thankfully, the chat figured this out or gave me the answers. I still do not understand what the logic is, how we get from knowing this is the thing to figuring out which sector we're supposed to say. I don't understand that. Is there a logic to it? What is the logic? These 2 craterlets, Eddingwa and Siglo, which are here, belong to this sector. And then this craterlet belongs to this sector, which makes me think it's something like these two are this one. This one is this one. This one is over here. I don't understand this. How are there rules for this? Is it supposed to be topographic? I don't get it. I don't get it. Like, okay, this guy is in this sector, but what about these? Like, what is that? Is it not topographic at all? And we're just supposed to know that these by their names are part of this? I don't get it. Turn the header so it's lining up on the left. You think it's like this? Uta is over here. Uiga is over here. Siglo and Eddingway is over here. And Sector Roman is here. I don't know. I mean, I guess you're right. That is the closest. But why you would think that this dome would be here rather than here, and these two in this direction when in reality they're this way, I don't understand. Yeah, I just don't get it. Dome A may be in the intersection of these. You think it's right here? Well, I don't like this. I don't like this. So maybe someone can explain. A puzzle should be like, oh, I see, now I get it. But it's not. It's not working for me here. Seems to me if you're going to do anything, you would put a circle around this and that would hit this one. Maybe you can figure it out on the break. Okay, now, let's see. Any other thoughts here? Boy, it feels like, did it scroll down? It's not showing the last comment. I don't know why that would be. Why is it not showing all the comments? Has it lost its connection to the chat? Okay, either way, I can talk a little bit more. Now, Jonathan made an interesting point about liking the tone of the main game more than the prologue, because the prologue had too much humor. I had a little bit of a different reaction here. Now, normally I don't like, I'm not after humor in these games. I think the silly humor can ruin a game for me. I'd rather play a Deadbolt Mystery Society where there's murder and killers and danger. And I think when a game has too much humor in it, too much sort of tongue-in-cheek jokiness, it can turn me off. But then occasionally an author, a company will get the humor right, and it will feel right to me. And the prologue that we played matched that. Like all the funny stuff about the birds and the people and the copy of that website saying, you know, the rumors about William killing off this rare bird are false. To me, that all worked. And we played a couple other games where the humor has been really working well, like the Curious Elevator of Mr. Hanks. So the prologue was sort of consistent humor and good quality humor and worked for me. And so I had the opposite reaction of Jonathan. In the main box, it felt a little like they weren't sure yet about the humor element. There were some parts of it that were similar and were really humorous. But then, for example, this whole ending story about this guy wanting to poison them and then destroy the whole base because that would be better for his money rather than calling it off. It always felt that this game, more often than not, it felt to me like it was flirting with putting in some humor. And like our woman, Rosalie Hardy, where she felt bad for the guy. She was like, I'm too young to die in space on the moon. Like, I felt like, well, they didn't quite commit to it. And then at the end, there was no humor. I was like, my brain was kind of like, are they doing the humor anymore? Have they decided they're not doing humor anymore? And I sort of, because I wasn't sure, the tone felt a little off to me regarding this finale. I think for me, I would have rather them gone with the whole humor element all throughout this, or committed to not having humor play an important role in the main story and be a little more realistically dark. And this one was a little silly. The ending was silly, but not humorous. Like it was implausible that this is how he was destroying the moon base for his financial gain. Like it didn't make sense, but it wasn't meant to be humorous. So I was like, what's happening? Am I supposed to believe this? So that sort of missed for me. And it may have been that they didn't figure out how they were going to treat humor. It sounds like I'm not the only one. Dorp seems to feel the same way about that. Rue agrees about the Lakers puzzle. Yeah, so that was that. And I think there was another fair point. I don't remember who made it, but someone made a point about the pacing and the tension of motives and stuff. There was something a little bit odd about the pacing of the episodes. Okay, like the final episode felt like proper finale, like the whole base is in danger, it's going to blow up. But it was a little odd that in the first episode, we figure out who murdered the guy. And we got all these interesting things about why did he bring him? Why did he drag him? Why was he killed over there? But then when we got to the second episode, it was kind of like, hey, there's no logic for any of these murders. Everyone's just acting randomly. And it's because randomly they're being driven crazy by the poison. There's no explanation of why the poison made them act this way. And so it's almost like a little bit of a... I'm losing that word again. When it's a counter, instead of being, it was anticlimactic because we had this interesting setup, and when you're playing this murder mystery, you want it to unfold and be like, aha, now we understand the motive, or now we finally narrowing down on the killer. And in this game, each little episode was a self-contained thing that did its best to remove any lingering mystery by the end of the episode. Episode 1, there's been a murder. You've solved it. By the end of episode 2, you've figured out who it is. You can't have gotten it wrong. By the end of episode 1, you figured out who it is. Episode 2 is kind of like, hey, everyone's gone crazy. Don't try to figure out why or motives. There's no motives. There's nothing. You're just going to answer these 3 questions and you'll have solved it. And so that's kind of how most of the episodes felt, or all of the episodes sort of felt like there was no room for us to be having bigger picture thinking. And maybe Jonathan was coming about that the other way around by saying he wished there was a little bit of foreshadowing that the main guy was behind it. So I think you could say as a general criticism of the totality of the arc was that we never really finished an episode with mysteries that we could think about, because they were all little self-contained episodes which didn't leave us with things that we could think back on and say, how do we explain this? How do we explain this person's motive? How do we explain what's going on here? It was always episode 1, just figure out from the timeline who did it. Episode 2, here are the 3 puzzles, figure out who did each one. They're all self-contained. At the end of it, you know that they were poisoned, but you're not told who, but there's no way to think about that. There was no way for us to consider who might be poisoning these people because we're not given any of that information. And then in episode 3, we're basically just told, once we get the email, here's the person that ordered the poisoning. We didn't get to chew on that and think about it and hypothesize about it. So maybe missed opportunities, maybe as far as a murder mystery, trying to solve that kind of feeling, that's not here. This is much more of a puzzle game with narrative stuff. Jonathan says, to me, the humor in the main game felt like it came from characters. In the prologue, it felt more like a bunch of cartoony organizations and corporations. Isn't this supposed to be an escape room game? Well, this was an escape room game. That's a very broad term that we use to describe games with puzzles and narrative. This absolutely fits into what I call the escape room games. I think I've said overall, this has been a positive experience for me. I really do enjoy the multi-part games. I am now quite curious to try some of their longer 6-part expensive games to see how they hold up. I don't know if they all have the same tone, have the same mixture of the online stuff. So I am quite curious to try one of their longer ones. I don't love the gimmicky stuff, the whole map of the board. Like for me, I'd much rather they get rid of that and make it cheaper. But there was some fun. They did use it once with the overlays. I think the stickers on the board stuff, that rubs me a little bit the wrong way. But it is clear that they've got some very high quality people working on this in terms of the humor, the acting, the production quality. So I am curious to try their other games. And I do have one of them. We will be playing that, but I'm curious to find out about the others. It's hard because these very expensive games have very few reviews because not many people can shell out $180 for a game. But thanks to the Patreon supporters of this channel, we are able to. I would have named it Madness on the Moon or something that wouldn't have indicated it was a murder mystery. I'm trying to think other nice parts. Like I did enjoy hearing all the witness statements and retracing their routes with their key access. That was fun. I really liked the username, codename puzzle. I think there are 1 or 2 other puzzles that I really enjoyed here. I'm glad the interactive internet components were high quality, especially the chat. It's true, especially after playing Box 2, which had such a painful chat. This one is quite clean. We never had occasion to try out the help and hint system here, but it looked like it was probably going to be pretty well done. She's gone. She went home. So let's see. Well, looks like we're done here. So if we say help, I don't know what she's going to help us with. I need to get off this chat. All right. I see. That's interesting. Well, she's home. I guess she's getting on her rocket ship home. But it did sound like there was going to be, the built-in help system was going to work reasonably well. All right. I guess we're going to wrap it up here. It was nice that our last session was a little bit longer. I do think that username puzzle was pretty clever. You can see using that again in a different context, a similar puzzle. All right, well, Sunday at 1 p.m., which is in less than 11 hours, 10 hours. How does that work? Am I supposed to get some sleep before then? 1 p.m. on Sunday today in 10 hours is our third letter from Dear Holmes. We're playing a mystery called The Problem at Hazelwood Grange. I am curious to see if we've figured it out, what we're missing. That'll be coming up if you are joining me for those. You still have time to listen to the previous 2-hour segments before that. And then Jonathan Warner and I are going to decide when we're going to play the next 7 Citadel session, maybe Sunday night or Monday night. And then we've got some more games to play. If we stick with our science fiction marathon, maybe we'll play the Deadbolt Mystery Society game, Infected, behind me. We might play through Escape Tales Low Memory. That'll take multiple sessions if we do. Or maybe if we're feeling more in the mood for a puzzle game, we'll try Exit Gate to Another World. You can let me know what game you'd like to join for next on the Board Game Geek Guild. There's a link to that on this YouTube page, or stop by the Discord to let me know. Thank you all for joining me. I couldn't have done it without you. Well, maybe I could have, but it would have taken longer and more people would have died. So I'm happy to have this group with me. I'll see you in a couple of hours.